Hello, how you guys doing? Waiting for the numbers to come in. Waiting for the ad to be allowed to start. Once that's allowed to start, I will go ahead and start it. But I need to go ahead and tweet out that I'm live. And there's the ad. Thank you. All right, 3 minutes of ads. So skip this if you're watching on After Hours, because I will inevitably forget to delete this part of the VOD. Don't forget to skeet. I won't. No worries. Welcome by, everybody. That's good. I need to watch like Terrorizer and stuff. I've heard good things about them, but I don't know anything about them. They seem very campy. And let me give that old good old skeet. Let's see. Yeah, this cringe-ass gif. Let's use that one. And then I need to add all my Discords. Yeah, I have basically 3 minutes to get all this together. Because, I mean, like, everyone's going to have to get hit with ads anyway, so I might as well tweet. I should probably add the Discords first before I tweet, but whatever. Because the Discords probably have people who are sub, whereas people who are on Twitter maybe aren't. Oh, Jesus. Hey, thank you, Odd Merit, for the 5 months of support. Music at the start of the stream is always like 30% louder than me. Yeah, that's because I always set it to be really loud for, like, you know, arcade or whatever. Also, I forgot I was gonna do a thing, and so now you get this amazing camera angle of the, what is this, the back of my computer monitor? So one of the things on that 4chan thread that I thought was actually like decent advice was like, hey, figure out your fucking camera, dude. It's actually said nicer than that, but I'm looking at this right here and I think I can do this. Odd Wraith? God damn it. I'm sorry. It says your name right next to you there. All right, I'm gonna have to put you down for a second. Also, did you notice I'm wearing socks today? So I've got like a camera stand, but the threading for this... What if I changed my name to Odd Angel? I would kill you. I would kill you. Do we have any mods in chat? Delete this man. Commit financial forgery on this man until his life is ruined. All right, so because the screw is missing for the camera, and because I am scrappy as shit, we are taping that to the top of the camera, and there we are. That looks moderately better. Maybe. It's a different camera angle. I don't know if it's a better camera angle, but it's a camera angle. Unfortunately, it does have a perfect view of my goblin pile. I know a lot of people buy a tripod mount. Well, the problem is that I have a tripod mount and you're currently on it. It's just the camera itself is it's got a big old the screw for where it's supposed to thread in, it doesn't work. So I have 2 goblin piles Shouldn't the camera usually be centered on? Oh yeah, no, that would be great if I could actually like get the camera facing me. That's good. Is this the side that has more gray hairs on it? Yes, but that's not gray hair. That's just, it's thinner there because of the way the guy cut it. Kind of don't like that, where it's just like very thin. I feel like this angle might not work right if you're not looking at it when you're doing things. Yeah, that's kind of the problem, isn't it? But yeah, I like to have a couple of goblin piles. Goblin piles are useful. They're definitely a thing that if you have like ADD, ADHD, that you're, it's really weird because chat's over here, but the camera's over here, but the screen I'm actually going to look at is here. There are a couple problems with this layout. That's definitely one. But yeah, the goblin pile thing. I like putting goblin piles together because, like, I've got a goblin pile right here as well, which is just boxes that for art that are not deconstructed. And then that's my main goblin pile. So a goblin pile, right? On the other hand, you could jump scare us with eye contact now. That's right. I could just like stop a sentence at any point and just like look straight in your eyes. Anyway, so my goblin pile, right? This thing. So it looks like a pile of junk. No, it's not for clothing, but it's not. Let me explain to you everything in that pile, and then you'll begin to understand the goblin pile. So the goblin pile is currently... I feel like a goblin pile could honestly just be a shelf or something. But that goblin pile consists of a empty, you know, bag case for my Stratocaster, which is right here. We got my paint supplies, some tiny canvases, my backpacker guitar, some more canvases, some I think it's like my chaos dudes and the carrying case for it, some random books as well as fake books in order to hide shit in, and secretly one of my wife's Christmas gifts. But that pile looks like a pile of bullshit, but I know everything in that pile and it sucks to deal with. So I know my wife will never touch that pile. It's in the corner. It's a pile of bullshit. And I definitely have some sort of system going on because you can see that there's a lot of art supplies. So like she's not going to touch it, which does mean that I can effectively hide shit there. Like Christmas gifts. Plain sight. It's been right in plain sight that whole time. You guys were looking right at it. Anyway, I posted this thing last night because I couldn't sleep and decided to just be a goblin. Let me show you that before we get into anything else. See, this is why I'm thinking that this camera angle may work, is because it's like off to the side. It kind of reminds me of Mudahar's camera, right? Because like he's got it off to the side. I don't know. Anyway, I made this really shit combo. It starts off like this. You put reclaim. It's like the camera angle isn't horrible, but it definitely needs work. And honestly, it being above eye level, like that's not a thing that I knew was a thing. But look at, I honestly look a little bit more professional just with it above eye level. So like this spot's not right, but we could figure that out. I'm not entirely sure where it needs to be, because there's not a lot of space between the wall and the tripod. So now you could look chat in the eye and play Vine Boom. Here, hold on. Let me give me a second. I've got a load of Vine Boom. You know where this is going. So it's not like it's going to be a surprise, but it'll seem like a surprise because like there's going to be so much build up to it. And you know, My Chemical Romance is sung by Sonic? Oh. What? Sorry. Anyway, so you put Reclaim, which allows you to put the top card, or put a card from your discard pile onto the top of your deck. Then you use Isochron Scepter to make it so that way you can use that card every turn. It just makes a copy of it, and you can pay 2 in order to use it, which does mean that you're paying twice as much, but you get to use it every turn, which is pretty cool. And then the card that you're going to repetitively put on the top of your deck is one of 4 copies of Shahrazad. However you pronounce this card. This card sucks ass and should never have been printed, and I think it's funny as shit. Oh, I missed the chicken or beef thing from Andre. I'm gonna jump for the beef every time. I'm a fucking rebel, though. Anyway, this card has a lot of words, but it's pretty plain English. Players must leave the game in progress as it is and use the cards left in their deck as decks in which to play a sub-game of Magic. When the sub-game is over, the players reshuffle these cards and return them to their library's decks and resume the game in progress. Any winner or any loser of that sub-game having his or her life point total rounding down. This combo is the shittest thing ever, and I love it. If you haven't figured out what's going on, here's the combo. Okay, so like imagine this is your Magic deck. There are lots of ways to improve this combo, but like the bare minimum of the combo is this. All right, so you've got your deck of cards, right? I'm actually gonna like switch over to this view. So you got your deck of cards, you draw your 7 cards at the beginning of the game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm gonna pretend to be you. So I'm gonna put my deck, I don't know, somewhere. Fuck. All right, well, there's nowhere to put my deck where you can see it in this camera shot, so never mind. I guess I'm not showing you this. That's like Dawn of the Second Sun. That's, I think, a card. God, that card sucks, actually. Like, you have to, like, balance your deck on your head. Or at least 5 cards, I think it is. Anyway, the point is that every single time that you do this, first off, you're going to have 4 copies of each of these cards in your deck. You don't need Browbeat. I just think that card sucks ass. So anyway, you've got your hand. You draw 7 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Some of these cards are backwards. Don't worry about it. And we're playing a game of Magic, and maybe you've drawn a couple more since then, but you put those cards off to the side. I mean, let's say you've drawn, I don't know, this many. That's a few too many. So then I play my combo here, and then we go, okay, go ahead and take your deck, put it to the side, and now we're playing another game of Magic with this deck. But this time we're going to draw 7 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we're going to play a few cards, and we're going to get a little bit into this game. But unfortunately, I do the combo again in the second game that we're playing. And so then we take the deck, and we put it to the side, and then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to draw another hand. So now we've got like 3 hands going in 3 different games of Magic the Gathering going. And, that unfortunately is not where it ends, because I'm going to do it again and cast Shahrazad again. So you're going to draw another 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And now your deck is effectively fucking nothing, because you've just drawn 7 times 4 cards, right? 7 times 3 is 21. So 7 times 4 is 28 out of 60 cards. You've drawn half of your deck. And the funniest part of this combo is that when you lose any of the successive games of Magic along the line here, you lose half your health in the game 1 nesting doll down. You cannot... This deck forces you to play roughly, ideally, only about, what, 16 games of Magic before you can complete 1? This game is annoying as shit. This is the most annoying ass deck in the world. I love it. Like, this is an actual combo that you could do, and it's like 3 cards, and you can get this combo off with the God Hands. You can get this combo off on turn 3. Which means essentially you mill your opponent 21 cards and then, or 28 cards, and then Are there any joke magic cards? There's the one where it's like the chair, which you have to sneak onto the table. Lich Mirror? What is Lich Mirror? If you lose the game, instead shuffle your hand, your graveyard, all permanents you own. Jesus, fuck you for this. Just throw a Lich's Mirror or two into this combo and make it even more annoying. There was another combo that was recommended, which was you could add Burning Wish, which allows you to take a card that's outside the game and add it, a sorcery card that's outside the game, and add it to, what is it, your hand? And then you exile this card, which is stupid because then what you can do is you can go, okay, let me go ahead and get Shahrazad again. So now you can go another 4 nesting dolls worth of Shahrazad in. So at this point, like, your opponent must have drawn, what is that, 7 times 8? They've drawn 56 cards, as have you, bare minimum. But you put a bunch of card draw in your deck. Not for you, for them. So that way they deck on the lowest level, and then each successive level gets easier to play because you keep doing the same combo and reducing their health from 20 down to 10 down to 5. Half of 5 becomes 3, rounding up. 3 then becomes 2. 2 becomes 1. You do have to eventually figure out how to do damage because this combo doesn't do lethal. Oh, rounding down. Oh, I didn't realize it was rounding down. I thought it was rounding up. Okay, so 20 divided by 2, divided by 2. I mean, yeah, so you'd have to do one less game of Magic. Fuck. If SpongeBob is a Magic the Gathering card, what the fuck? SpongeBob Magic the Gathering. What the fuck are you talking about? SpongeBob is... Come the fuck on. We don't want that. Thought Sponge and Walking Sponge give opportunities for the funniest reprints in history. What is Walking Sponge? I mean, like, you could do, like, either Dancing on the Beach or that first SpongeBob short where he's just, like, walking and dancing. I saw Universal Beyond stuff is being legal and standard to piss off so many people. They're going to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Or One Piece. I honestly don't. I see your combo has Shahrazad, but what about Queen that? I don't know what that is. What does Walking Sponge do? It's from Urza's Legacy, which is a set that had weird fucking cards. Target creature loses Flying First Strike and Trample until the end. It's not very good. I mean, this card sucks ass, but you could you could probably print this and it'd be fine. No one would run it unless if they literally just wanted to run SpongeBob. Like, I mean, I guess it does, like, bring shit down so you can kill Flying First Strike stuff easier. It just... I don't know. Oh, I don't have it where you guys can see what I'm looking at. Yeah, the card is fine. What is Queen Shahrazad? Yeah, that's not a card it knows, I think. Would you play a Magic card that allows you to punch your opponent in the face? I actually came up with a combo that uses what is it? Form of the Second Sun. Form of the Approach of the Second Sun. You gift it to your opponent. It they put the top 5 cards of their deck, top 7 cards, top 6 cards of their deck, and they become the 7th card in their deck, right? And then that's their deck. Once they draw themselves, they win. And then you combine that with it's called Nerf War. You would need like a good Nerf gun for this, obviously, but this is fire a Nerf blaster until empty at target library, so target deck, which your opponent is now wearing their deck as well as being the 7th card in their deck. Fire a Nerf blaster until empty at target library from at least 2 meters away. For each card knocked off that library, put it into its owner's graveyard, and Nerf War deals half a damage to that player. Foam darts only. Hey, Virusware, we're just talking about like stupid shit. So yeah, you would just like mag dump into your opponent with like a Nerf gun. Ideally one of those ones that's like a little overtuned and does a little like is a little too strong. It is like a rights reserved Nerf blaster, so it has to be a official Nerf blaster, I would assume. I don't know if there's any I don't know, whatever on it. What can so you can put other cards in here, and we Shahrazad. Banned in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Thank God. Fuck this card. It's good to be here as well. I'm trying some new stuff, generally speaking, right now, Virus. So if it's weird, apologies. Yeah, well, I mean, also, you're doing the Nerf blaster from at least 2 meters away. So it does limit the amount of damage you can do, but the Nerf rivals, I recall those Nerf rival. These ones we had at like at GameStop. First off, that's a fucking bolter, so that's awesome. Second off, we had this one. This one was like for sale at GameStop while I was working there. The Rival Nemesis. This thing fucking slaps, actually. This thing hits hard. It's battery operated, so it hits really fucking hard. But yeah, I love I love this bolter with the overly long magazine. It's so dumb. Like, that magazine is so big. Why is the magazine that big? I mean, I guess because like the bullets are that big. God, I kind of love it, dude. And then this one is like a, God, what is that one? A Vector. Yeah, 10-round Vector. I mean, you don't really need... The Vector has this really cool counterweight system that's built into, I want to say, like the magazine well slash right here, that it hits the recoil in the opposite direction at the same time that you're hitting the recoil. Yeah, this one right here, it's not even an extended mag. That's just the regular mag for it, because like the balls are so big. A problem I have as well, that you can only fit 18 of them in there, which is, now that I've said the entire sentence, very confusing actually. So there's that. To the left of that one. 1, 2. That's just a ball. I don't know which one you're referring to. Like, it's not this one, because that's the one we were just talking about on the main page. 2 to the left of... Oh, this one? Yeah, that one's pretty silly too. What gun does that look like? It's kind of like a bullpup, because it's like so much back of gun and so little front of gun. Yeah, just run around with a fucking like, oh, there's an optional extended mag for the Apollo Rival. Oh, hold on. Extended. What does it look? I want to see it in the fucking thing, though. I want to see. It's fucking massive, dude. It's like twice as long. Jesus fuck. What? What is this? What is this abomination? You roll up to this thing. You are too serious. You are being too fucking serious right now with the fucking minigun. Calm down. That is awesome. Reaper's shotgun thing. I don't know if I really like the guns from Overwatch all that much. I love me a good, like, chunky revolver, or just like, I want like a heavy bolter kind of thing. And like, this is kind of a heavy bolter. It's a ridiculous fucking gun. Like, this thing is so stupid. What do the reviews say? It's 25 bucks at Target, which is kind of like actually a real price. Like, you could buy, like, $25 is actually what I could pay for something that is as worthless as an 18-round Nerf Rivals gun. Let me buy you. Click. I want to. User reviews. I received this Nerf Rival Challenger from Influencer to try for free in exchange for my honest opinion. Nerf is a big deal in my house. We love to have Nerf wars as a family. How come you are a influencer and you can't even fucking spell influencer right? This is a motorized Nerf gun, so be prepared to buy AAA or AA batteries for it. They do come included, but it does require a lot to operate. It takes 8 to be precise. Jesus fuck. It comes with a little 18 AccuRound ammunition balls. They do come out fast, so you may hurt someone if you accidentally hit someone in the face. The curved magazine can hold 12, and it's easy to fill. This gun has a trigger lock, which my son says is important for safety. Lol, smart kid. It also has tactical rails and a place for... Why does it have fucking rails? It does have a packet... Wait, does the Piccadilly rail actually work? Like, is it good enough that you could... I love that, dude. You could probably, like, depending on how it's, like, structured, you could maybe use real fucking, like, optics and shit. You could put, like, a red light or, like, 4X on. Just put a sniper scope on your shitty bolter. I mean, it's not even a shit gun. It seems like it's actually legit. They have rail attachments? Why does Nerf have rail attachments? What do you mean? Tactical Nerf rail attachments. These are official? No. Dual? What the fuck is this? You can what are you underslinging with? What the fuck? What do you mean you can undersling a right? The package was not damaged. It came pretty good. No broken part, just clean. That's a very normal and good, yeah, that's a normal looking review right there. Play Sonic Forces. I already played Sonic Forces. I made a guy and you could look at his feet. Proximity barrel upgrade? What the fuck is this shit? Is this a whole website just dedicated to, like, third-party aftermarket mods? How did we get here? Magic the Gathering, that's how we got here. Some are name brand modular stuff. Wow. Oh, this is like a real kit. Round counter kit. Ghost Ops Chrono Barrel. Oh, wow. Oh, these are a thing I've seen for airsoft. So you put in how many bullets you've put into the magazine, and then it real simple thing. It just triggers a light when it goes through here, and then it lets it know that there's one less bullet in the magazine. So this is like a heads up, like ammo counter for you, like a la video games. It's pretty rad. A rail compatible MP3 player too? What the fuck are you talking about? That's amazing. I did some work on my game. I changed the way that the goop tank looks. I did a little bit of work on this. So I was trying to get the animation for this to work. I made a little like wobbly animation. Couldn't get it to work. It would just like induce seizures basically, because every single frame of like the 4 frame thing was like, it had its own instance of this like shiny goopy thing happening, and it would flick through them at like 5 frames per second. So it's just like constantly flashing different variations of this very fast. It was really bad. So instead what I've done is I realized that what I can do is I can just make a I realize there's essentially like a transparency amount on this shit. So I just put like a little bit of that going on the top, made it transparent, and then made both a shiny and unshiny version. The unshiny version just has this, and then the shiny version is just this. But combined, it looks like this. Are the visible goop fields randomized? So, sort of. Not really. It's actually not randomized, but the pattern is hard enough to like keep track of that it kind of feels randomized. Part of me feels like there might need to be like a face that sometimes appears here in the goop. I mean, you can kind of see the faces as they go by and such, but like, especially at a distance when you're in the world view here, it's really hard to see that shit. Let's actually hit play on this puppy. Hello, Abigail. Yes. Like, especially from back here, you can't really tell what the fuck's going on in there. And that's just going to be kind of an issue regardless. Abby, I love you, but... Hi. How long have you been here? Like, right here. Yes? Come here. What? This is the one advantage of this angle. Oh, no, it's not even an advantage. Kitty camera. Kitty camera. Alright. Maybe one layer over the top that's just one of the masks that fades in and out. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. And that's kind of what I was thinking, is like maybe that can be a bit randomized. I don't know if that's another shader or if that's an animation that just like flicks between different things at random. As an animation, I could be Abby, you're so silly. Why are you trying to put your head under the desk? Why are you back? Where are you back? Where are you going? Where? No, you're not going anywhere. You're getting pet right now. If you're going to be a foof and scream, you're getting the pets. You're getting the pets. That's just happening. No, no, no. Over here. Mm-mm. Cuddle time. Cuddle time. Pets time. She's purring so hard. She's doing biscuits because I'm wearing like fleece pants as well, which is like absolute biscuit making material. And she's trying to run away. Like her whole body is tensed into this like ball of like, I want to escape, but also purr. Yeah, you're kind of just stuck here, kid. Leaving over this side isn't something that's like occurred. This is the baby girl. This isn't even the boy. Yeah. You can actually kind of sort of trick her with, oh, EFB really loves you, baby girl. Did you know this? Do you know anything? I don't think that she does. What did the wife think about being cat mom? I forgot to bring that up, I'll be honest. Abby doesn't know things. Autocidal pig rest. Fuck you. Who made this? Who? Official pig wrestler, is that is actually you, isn't it? I fucking hate you for that. I fucking hate you. Thank you for the gift sub to Odd Penny. Why are you this way, chat? Luigi guy, tie his shoelaces together. All right. I need to do some art. Did you hear about Jaden's new cat? Who's Jaden? Let me start with who the fuck is Jaden? Jaden Animations. What about it? Also, got to make sure the YouTube chat is up. All right, so like, I'm thinking I draw maybe like a couple that dudes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Really? Okay. Mm-hmm. That's you. That's you, kiddo, and I'm not... I don't say that kind of stuff, you know? Scathing commentary. I mean, like, you can get canceled over shit like that, you know? Okay, you don't care. She doesn't give a shit. She doesn't even have a thought in her head. She's just posting. She's just talking. She'd make a great streamer. No thoughts, head empty, just say everything, just all the time. She's so good at streaming. You're very good at streaming. Yes, she's cleaning herself up. She wants to be beautiful for stream. Rev Chat Media Share. I loved doing this yesterday. I hope that this is okay with y'all, because this is like such a cool way of doing stream, in my opinion. Because it, if I set it up just so, I get to do art and watch shit at the same time as y'all, and we all get to like hang out and watch shit. Once again, Windows key right. Windows key right arrow. Oh. Windows key right. Don't know what that's doing for me. That seems to just skip shit. When not focused on the video. Not focused on the video, press Windows and then side arrow. Click the window itself. Okay, so click the window. That allows me to skip around in the video, but that's just arrow keys. Like the Windows thing is not doing anything. The theater mode. Hi. Just heard news from Texas. Wait, why the fuck do all your Windows hotkeys not work? I'm a very special boy. I'm a very special boy. Hello? Wow.
This video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN.
The end. And that concludes my brief 4-hour video about plagiarism. Thanks for watching. Don't steal my video idea.
I'm gonna steal that video idea.
No, Tom, please!
Good artists copy. Great artists steal. Me. Right now. That's my quote. I did that. Creativity is messy, and originality is a liberal myth. It's been said that there is nothing new.
Video's quiet. Sorry.
Just now. And maybe that's true. Maybe there is nothing original.
Is this
maybe
better?
Every creative decision anyone ever makes is just all the stuff they've consumed, experiences they've had, and feelings they've felt being blended together and served up as a dish that seems fresh, but is in fact entirely made up of regurgitated ingredients.
Slightly
if you
too
only ever
loud.
played a child country music and then asked it to write a completely new song,
Is this better?
They're gonna make you a country song, right? Big truck, love Christ. Second truck, hate wife. When it comes to the subject of plagiarism, which is defined as the practice of taking someone else's work or ideas and passing them off as one's own, by me just now. That's enough of that bit. I want to know where we draw the line between inspiration or influence and theft. Is originality without plagiarism even possible? And did Domino's Pizza steal my comedy sketch?
Stop! I'm you from the future. The future?
In this video, I would like to argue that plagiarism exists across a spectrum of severity, and by severity, I mean how much conscious appropriation has gone into any piece of work, creative or otherwise. And I'm going to explore this through the lens of all the times I've stolen from other people and all the times they've stolen from me. Now, this may be surprising to you, but I am neither a philosopher nor an academic. The only book I've read in the past 20 years that didn't have pictures in it was Resident Evil 2, and I'd love for that to be a joke, but it is not. So while I would love to get into the ethics and morality of plagiarism, I want to save my thoughts on that for the very end, because right now I'd like to just introduce you to my 10-point spectrum of plagiarism, which I am titling the Somerton Scale, named of course after the English town of Somerton.
No other reason?
Not one. The Somerton Scale is intended to be something you can use to compare any two works or ideas. So naturally, at the very beginning,
when did
we have
this came out?
no
Like right
correlation.
around when that
The
all went
relationship
down,
between
right?
Martin Scorsese's Goncharov and this really cool picture.
Let's say how long it takes for. Fuck you! God damn it! How many of you've done this now? I hate this. You're doing this to torture me, man.
The rat I drew is 0, even if they are both our respective masterpieces. And it's safe to assume any two random things you compare will probably land right around here. So let's move on. In 2016, Amy Schumer was accused of stealing jokes, and it was famously claimed that she just spontaneously happened to come up with the same jokes as other people in a case of parallel thinking. Parallel thinking, at least in theory, is used to explain instances where two people coincidentally come up with the exact same idea. It can also be called simultaneous invention or multiple discovery, and it genuinely happens all the time. Hey, you know that comic about the striped shirt wearing, catapult wielding, mischievous little boy Dennis the Menace, which debuted on March 12th, 1951? You know this one? Both the UK and the US got their own version of Dennis the Menace on the exact same day, with zero evidence to suggest that any foul play had taken place. I swear.
How do I make it so I can scroll through chat again? Click on chat and then use your scroll wheel. Now they're all stuck like that for like 2 months. Yeah. You all fucked yourselves. Now I'm gonna have no idea who anyone is for 2 months. I love that there's like some reason that Lieutenant Dangerous, thank you for the raid. We were just talking about how everyone in this chat has slowly begun to change their name to Odd something or other. Rather than being, you know, where I can actually understand who the fuck anyone is, everyone has decided to change their names. It's the fecal army all over again, except for you're all odd.
This movie and the marketing for it just gaslit the absolute shit out of me as a child. Hello, English child. Do you like Dennis the Menace?
I sure do.
Well, you should check out this movie, Dennis the Menace.
Wow. Is it about Dennis the Menace?
Yes, it technically is.
Why are you saying it like that? Is it a Dennis the Menace movie or not?
It is a movie for a character that is called that. Please shut up and buy it. Hashtag not my Dennis. It was a scam. They took something from me that day. Mostly my pocket money. When the Super Mario Bros. Movie came out, a lot of people messaged me to say that they thought the character Lumily
The only hope is the sweet relief of death.
was oddly
What the fuck is that? Why?
similar to Asta Movie's Mr. Muffin.
But I want to die.
They're both cutesy, death-obsessed characters voiced by children. Now, sure, they're similar, but even my ego isn't big enough to claim ownership of a relatively...
Wait, is this the guy who did the ASDF movie? What the fuck? This is the guy who did the... Who are you? Who are you, my dude? I didn't get the context that this man is, like, the guy. Okay, fine.
Simple idea. I mean, taking a very cute thing and having it say a very dark thing is just peak subversion of expectations. But then I saw the movie and I learned that the head of story on it was Ed Scudder.
Literally just like doom and gloom.
Please, we are depressed enough.
The very same Ed Scudder that I had worked with to record Sam Lavanino's lines for Mr. Muffin back in 2013.
Oh.
That is actually a little suspicious. So I reached out to him and said, hey dude, is there any chance these two characters share any DNA, as it were? And you know what? He didn't work on the script. He didn't do that. It was just a coincidence. Similarly, in 2020, I had a lot of people reach out to tell me they thought the new Domino's UK adverts were very similar to my 2015 sketch, Pizza Time.
Everything is on fire!
Both being comedy shorts surrounding a near-future version of a would-be takeaway orderer arriving to forewarn their past self that doing so will trigger a disastrous chain of events before encouraging them to order something else.
Right, I'm getting Domino's.
While that's by no means black and white, that's a little sus.
Yeah.
So we tracked down the ad agency and the director of the ad, and I reached out to the director and he said that he had nothing to do with the script. It came from the agency. So I reached out to the agency and yeah, they explained to me the brief they got from Domino's and they walked me through the creative process it took them to get from that brief to the ad they made. And short of just calling them liars, seems like just parallel thinking. And I'm sure that's the last thing we're going to hear about Domino's Pizza in this video. Subtle foreshadowing. Although one last thing I want to say about these ads before
I'm loving
moving
this
on
creepy
is that
dude's
while looking
face so
into them,
far.
I discovered that one of them became the center of a weird manufactured controversy.
What's going
Some
on here?
tabloid had
Everyone's
basically
odd.
found that a couple terminally online people had claimed that the ads were racist because one of them says
Anything but Chinese.
and so they ran a whole story on this saying that the woke left are trying to cancel Domino's. And now the YouTube upload of the ad has just pages of comments saying, yeah, Domino's, we'll stick with you as long as you don't kneel to the left wokerati.
What?
And it's like, come on,
Did
guys.
anyone care
You get
about
played
this?
so fucking easily. I cared more about these fucking ads than anyone else, and I didn't even care that much.
Himalayan herrings.
In 2009, my friend got a string of texts from an unknown number confessing their undying love.
Why is he holding that mic? There's a couple of different like YouTuberisms that help you feel more like it's scrappy but still high production value. One of them is holding the mic. The other one is doing the thing where you're like, all right, starting a video in 3, 2. Hey everybody, we're doing a video today, blah blah blah. You don't need to do that. You could cut that out. Like this, that is so you cut that out. You know, like you know exactly where the audio and the video line up. You like when you clap, it links to the, you know, like you could, the sound from the clap is like relatively close to when you actually like clap. It's not even a fake production blunder. It's an intentional choice to make him more And I don't know as if everyone who does these things realizes that that's the reason they're doing it. It's just a style thing.
And begging for another chance before a follow-up saying, sorry, wrong number. Delicious. This exchange would become the inspiration for my sketch Musical Suicide, where I took the basic premise of confessing your love to the wrong person, heightened it to an extreme in the craziest, most overt place that could happen, reused a few visuals from my university short film Hit It, and made it a musical because my partner at the time was very much into musical theater. I can pretty confidently trace back where every creative decision I made for that video came from, so imagine my surprise when the video comes out and someone points out that it is almost identical to a 2007 man-stroke-woman sketch that's just the same gag, just without the singing.
I thought you were someone else.
Now, I have absolutely no recollection of seeing that sketch or even any episode of that show, but what if I had? What if I'd seen it and forgotten? What if my mind had betrayed me? Moving along the Somerton scale, we have what I'm calling subconscious appropriation. The technical...
I will say, like, that you know, like, there was that whole, like, Washington Post article recently, so, like, if you are, yeah, you can also sync up multiple mics and cameras, and also just to make sure that your audio track doesn't get desynced. It's like the simplest check in the world to do, and it's visually appealing, it's fun to do, it's like kind of natural feeling to it. It's like, all right, let's do this thing, all right, let's go, you know, like that clap feels like that, all right, we're locking in, we're doing the thing. So in addition to just like it kind of like feeling good, it's functional, it's great. I love claps. Clapping is fun. Oh my god, my nose is awful today. I took allergy medicine, but I think the mold count's going up because like all the branches and shit.
The term for this is cryptomnesia, which is not when you forget the password to your crypto wallet. Am I right? Crypto bros? Haha. Crypto bros? Subconscious appropriation, or cryptomnesia, is the phenomenon of mistaking a memory for an original idea, and everyone does it
Fapping is fun
all the time. Essentially, it's when you've taken in some piece of information, be it an idea, a joke, a melody, and then you've forgotten where you got that from, or that you actually got it from anywhere at all. Here's an interesting article on it. I'm not a science boy. In 2021, Little Big released... And a few people said, hey, that's just... And while I can hear the similarities, Beep Beep I'm a Sheep is really just... Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Which we all know is just... Come on for Hogwarts, guys. Say come on for Hogwarts, guys. Which is ultimately just... Oops, upside your head. Say oops, upside your head. My point being, a good melody isn't called...
Oh god, Oddity HD. Why do you keep doing this? Thank you.
An earworm for no reason. Sometimes an idea can bury itself deep into your head without you even realizing. I grew up on the work of Robert Knox Benfer and his claymations.
I bet you can't shoot me. I bet I can.
It's why I asked him to play the Stegosaurus in Astor Movie 4.
I am a Stegosaurus.
But it wasn't just his claymations I enjoyed, it was also his redubs of the Matrix movies.
Good for you.
Here is the first Astor comic I made in 2006, which I would then adapt into the first Astor movie in 2008. Die, potato! And here's a clip I recently discovered from Knox's Matrix Reloaded dub from 2004.
Die, tomato.
Yeah, I definitely stole that shit, and I had no idea. Hell, the only reason it probably changed from die tomato to die potato is because if I said die tomato in my accent, it would be die tomato. And I did all of that subconsciously.
Oh, Oddicidal Pig Wrestler, thank you for the 5 gift subs.
And
I'll remember
it
this.
Sucks. It feels bad, man. I thought I came up with that myself. I thought it was really clever when someone stepped on a potato. Oh dear. Oh dear. In 2016, I released Secret Santa, in which a child walks in on a startled Father Christmas who says no witnesses before drawing a gun, and pretty much immediately upon its release, Viner Brandon Bowen rightly pointed out that that sketch was almost identical to a Vine of his from 2014.
No witnesses.
I didn't really use Vine, nor did I follow Brandon, but I can't say with 100% certainty that I never saw his skit in a Vine compilation. Lord knows that it would have come and gone fast enough for me to potentially remember the gag, but not its source. Subconscious appropriation?
Yeah, I mean, like,
maybe.
Vine is kind of like
TV
that.
beat us both to the punch anyway, so
Face the tree.
fuck us, I guess. Calling out someone for copying you is messy, and unless you've got an airtight case that you can present effectively, you can come out the other side of it looking like the bigger asshole. In 2014,
Been there, done that. Thank you for another gift sub, Orthogonal Caster. Thank you. Fuck you, man. Thank you for the gift sub to Odds. Thanks.
I called out Smosh for this gag in their video, 19 more crazy vines that don't exist.
Yeah, so like I definitely did this where I called someone out and it was like I was wrong. A lot of it also had, I mean, I'm gonna talk about the Kraken thing again because it is a thing. I legitimately was just mad that he was doing something that I had done with hard work and he was doing with AI. But it was exactly this, that he just has a thing for mice as well. It was unrelated to the March of the Mice, but God, it felt like shit, you know? So it's like, it was upsetting to see, but I like in my heart of hearts, that was not, he didn't copy me. There's no way the fuck, like, he even knows who the fuck I am, really. I doubt that he remembers me from when we hung out previously. So, like, there's no chance, there's no shot, but it still hurts because it's just like, I don't know. It's the jealousy, really, I think. I put all this work and effort into doing a thing, and then he can make a shittier version that's 10 times more popular because he's just more popular. I think that was a lot of it. And I have to be real about that, else I just end up looking like a whiny loser, you know? Being real about your shortcomings is important as well. But I also do need to work on not talking about them all the time as well. Because I'll be real, I'm actually pretty fucking happy with who I am right now. Like, the thread hurt, but it was some good mental trauma from 4chan for once, which is like something no one has ever said. But true. Anyway, yeah.
Does anyone know CPR? I do. Nerd.
Because it was pretty damn similar to this Asked of Movie 6 joke from the year before.
Is anybody here a doctor? I am. Well, you're a nerd.
Anthony promptly responded on social media saying the joke was admittedly similar, but that they had never seen Asked of Movie 6, nor would they steal a joke from anyone. People called me a dork-ass loser, I got embarrassed, and I deleted everything. Good job, me. Good follow through.
Yeah.
However, in my desire for the debacle to just be over, I failed to present my key piece of evidence, which is that Smosh put Asked of Movie 6 on the front page of their website the day after it came out. So I reached out to Anthony when I started working on this video, and he said, yeah, there's a strong chance that a writer was influenced in some way, even subconsciously, but I can't say for sure. Subconscious appropriation? Probably.
Vindication!
I didn't realize he died.
So we've talked about coincidental and accidental plagiarism, but where do we begin when it comes to consciously, actively allowing someone else's work to play a role in your own? In 2012, John T. Weeble-Picking made a silly song and music video called In 2013, when PJ Lagori came around my house to shoot a sketch that was never released, he brought with him a horse mask. And even though that horse mask never made it into the video, when I remade that sketch, I put a horse mask wearing character into it.
I love it.
So in 2014, when I made an entire video just about that character, I did so while repeating Jonty's shallots over and over in my head to the point that I had to ask him to extend the song so we could use it as the theme for the video. Horse. Inspiration is a trigger. It's the starting pistol that gets you running. And while the inspiring instant and the finished product may end up having nothing in common, it's still where the journey began. It's experiencing grief and writing a poem about life. It's watching a terrible movie and imagining a better one. It's seeing something that makes you lose faith in humanity and tweeting, you know what, if you think about it, humans are actually the real virus. I saw this still from the 1990 sitcom Get a Life being used as a meme on Tumblr, and it inspired juice that makes your head explode. This tweet from my co-writer Eddie became Tell Me Something I Don't Know, and if it weren't for this fake suicide bomber ad from Dan Brooks and Lee Ford, I would have never made the banned University of Lincoln adverts. As for people taking inspiration from me, that's not really something I can quantify. No one has shouted me out in an acceptance speech yet. But I did go to Twitter and ask if anything I've made has directly inspired anyone, and I got some really moving responses, including this one from Nada, who said that my love of Peanut Butter Baby inspired them to make this TikTok that got like 5 million views.
I'm in Spain without the spin. You're in
Actually, that TikTok is kind of familiar. It reminds me of this.
Morning as fuck. Thank you for the 63 months of support and for your name not being incoherent garbage. Like odd morning fuck.
Tweet I made the year before. Gotcha, bitch. You're going to plagiarism jail. Just kidding. Obviously, that meme is just referencing this tweet because nothing is original. Ah! To me, influence is when someone else's work, style, philosophy directly guides your execution, your process, informing not necessarily what you do, but how you do it. For me, the comedy sketches of Brian McElhaney and Nick Kocher, aka Britannic, have huge...
Oh, right! You got married! Congrats on the wife! Wife is important! You get to enjoy wife! You can have wife time now! Wife time is best time! Yes! Your wife, their wife, that's double the wife! You can have so much love for wives here. Double the wife guy. So your cheat kind of goes like that here. No, wife time is not sex necessarily. Wife time is sometimes just like... Yesterday, I admitted that I had never seen Big Trouble in Little Chinatown. Have you guys seen that movie recently? First off, the plot revolves around Kurt Russell, right? Being a himbo. He's a truck driver and he's like, I got really good reaction time. I could be drunk as shit and drive this truck. So then he goes and meets his friend who is like random Asian guy. And I realize that me saying it that way sounds bad, but trust me, it's okay. This movie's just like that. They're actually like way better about it than you would expect. I love that Kurt Russell is aggressively the most American character ever because they'll be explaining some like, ooh, ancient Chinese magic kind of bullshit. And then he's just like, what? We live in America, red, white, and blue, and these colors don't run. Where the fuck is my semi? It's like him just trying to figure out where his car is. Like, where the fuck is my semi? And they're like, you're just saying that because you want to bang that girl. And he's like, no, but really, where the fuck is my semi? I can't find it. Where's my fucking car, dude? And he drives into this alley and there's like a gang war happening. where they all shoot at one group shoots at the other group that's just doing like a ceremony or like a funeral procession, and so they die, which is, you know, ironic, I guess, but it's a real life isekai, except for like he leaves the isekai afterwards to just continue being guy who travels the road and drinks and reports his actions via radio. It's they have an opportunity to do something really funny, which they didn't do, and I was kind of disappointed, but it's okay. They the plot is that his friend has spent I guess he's got a mail order wife coming, or he actually knows this woman. It's kind of unclear, but anyway, she comes to America, and God, my allergies today. I'm gonna have to go like wash my hands. It's probably the cat. Jesus. All right, give me half a sec, and I'll explain this movie some more. But anyway, that movie's fucking great. Oh, I can't run an ad. Be right back. All right, I am back. Sorry about that. Yeah, Black Knight and Army of Darkness were both isekais. You are correct. White guy has Asian friend, and so the Asian friend is like, can you give me a ride to the airport? I need to pick up my soon-to-be wife. She is flying in from China, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah. And then he shows a picture of her, and he's like, this is my beautiful wife to be. She's, you know, it's really rare that Chinese women have green eyes, which is a plot point. And then he shows a picture of her, and I swear to fuck, that is the whitest woman I've ever seen, but she's just got kind of like her hair dyed black. And I was like, could they have not just... It feels like it would have been a lot easier to convince people that, like, she was Chinese with green eyes if we just gave her colored contacts. But I'm like, okay, also this was like a thing 2 years before I was born. Maybe they didn't have colored contacts, and then later in the movie they use colored contacts on them, so that way it looks like their eyes are all whited out. So it's like, okay. Imagine... Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, like, I don't think it's a detail. Big Trouble in Little China. So this came out in 1986. This is just the same year that I was, or 2 years before I was born. Who's the, Okay, first off, I love Carter Wong, because he just, like, is big. And that's his whole bit, is being big and going, brr, brr. This movie was a flop. This movie fucking ruled. What are you talking about? Also, this guy was he's in everything. Dude's like a bazillion years old, and he's in every goddamn movie you've ever seen. He's literally in fucking everything in existence. Like, my dude is in Mulan. My dude is the guy, he's the skinny advisor from Mulan. The guy with the blue hair, or blue outfit. He's the bad guy in this. He's also in Kung Fu Panda. What? Where's the not, wait, what the fuck? Okay, anyway, yeah, this is his friend, and his friend is like an actual character in the movie. And I don't remember who is the girl? Who's the girl in this movie? Like, who's the girl they gotta save?
Let's make crack today.
Yeah, Escape from, like, I'm gonna try and convince my wife to watch Escape from LA, because Escape from LA is fucking incredible, and you cannot convince me that it's not. There's a scene where he, like, does a car chase via fucking surfboard. It's the best fucking shit. He plays basketball to the death with a guy. Miao Yin is the name of the woman. So who played Miao Yin in this? Susie Pie. Oh, hey. 'Cause, like, she's Asian? I know about the SpongeBob crossover. But yeah, well, I guess she's Asian. Well, never mind. I'm full of shit. She's Vietnamese, but she looked very white in this movie, I will say. So I'm full of shit. Never mind.
Usually informed how I structure, pace, and perform my own sketches. You can probably find traces of influence from at least one of these videos in near enough any sketch I have ever made.
Freeze! I'm a police officer.
Chris, we have something to tell you.
When I made What is the Best Aston Movie joke, I was taking influence from Brian David Gilbert with a little bit of Tom Scott, which is why I put them both in the video.
Hey, little doggy.
Oh no.
When I made The Hole and The Orb, I was taking influence from my friends Mike and Jacob Truman and their dryness and delivery in their videos The Hat.
He's trying to tell me what the hat stays.
And The Shoes.
Pretty sure I fell in the hole.
And when I made you best believe I was taking influence from I believe that what we think of as a person's individual or creative style is really just a melting pot of all the elements they've incorporated from other people into their own. A painter might take influence from one artist's use of color, another's brush technique, one's composition style, and another's use of lighting to create something that is new and original, but really is just a culmination of those elements.
You can't Benders me like that. I'm not alright. I wasn't ready for that. I really enjoyed March of the Mice, Town of Nowhere, the puzzle games, and now your game dev arc. Your creativity in action is fascinating and enjoyable, and I'm glad. Oh, thank you. I hope so. I hope to make creative and interesting things that you guys enjoy. I realize that some of the game dev stuff is boring. I hope that we can enjoy the time with it as much as we can. I did this situation where we're doing art and I'm watching a video at the same time yesterday, and I don't feel like we got like a really fair shake to see if the numbers were good. So I'm gonna try it a few times. Yul normally doesn't stream much anymore, so like it's kind of a big deal when he does. So like numbers were bad yesterday, but like was that just because Yul was streaming? So it's like, I'm going to try this idea again, just in case if this is a cool thing. But I enjoy this, because then we can watch the media share stuff, and I can do arts.
When I adapted my Asta comics into Asta movie, I took influence from the Laser Collection.
Dr. Octagonopus!
And stick
I forgot
figures
about
on
that.
crack, namely their use of minimalist visuals with little to no backgrounds to keep focus on only what was necessary for the gag, and their use of TV static in between gags to emphasize the punchlines and make it clear that we had moved on to the next scene. What I didn't realize at the time is that they'd taken those elements from things like Robot Chicken and possibly even Rejected.
My spoon is too big.
Oh my god, I forgot about those.
Off one another. It can be weird when someone tells me that they've taken influence from my work or something that I've been a part of, because I can usually tell where the thing that they're now doing originally came from for us. References are identifiable. The value they add to a piece of work comes partially from the fact that they are immediately recognizable. A spoof movie, an adaptation, a quote, a fanfic, fan art, a quick Easter egg, or a cover of a popular song like Jonathan Colton's 2006 reimagining of Baby Got Back.
LA face with the Oakland booty.
I'm sure that won't come up later. Am I getting any better at foreshadowing? Comedy is about the
Are you trying to do the bit that
and this gag
H
in
Bomber
Wizard
Guy
the
does?
Wizard
Who's Harry Potter?
Hi, I'm Harry Potter.
What do you do?
I make pots.
relies entirely on the audience having an expectation of who Harry Potter is to work.
That's not magic.
Well, maybe not to you.
In a way,
I
someone
love
else
that you got H Bomber Guy to do that, because his name is Harry. And then
has to have done the hard work of getting their
he's
idea
also
out
appropriately
there into the
British
world
enough
for a reference to even work. Unfortunately, the name of whoever made Harry Potter has been lost to time, but you know, I'm sure they were a real one. One of my earliest uploads to YouTube was a parody of French New Wave films. I've referenced Casey Green's This Is Fine Dog in 2 separate sketches.
This is fine.
And Crash Room is just filled to the brim with Easter eggs and references in the same vein as Ed's World, including this one, which it turned out is just a copyrighted piece of intellectual property from an existing thing. And One Shot, you can't just work other people's stuff into an integral part of a character design without running it by me first.
Ben, this is our last chance.
I'm always flattered when someone takes the time to make a reference or even a parody of something I've done, be it in a video game or a McDonald's app.
Move or Die is a... Wait, what? How is Move or Die related to him? Because, like, I spoke to the devs of that one, I think. I think that's the one where, like, they're like, they overheard that I was a streamer and they ran through the fucking... No, that was, Yultiler or something like that. It was just because this industry sucks ass. Game. This is it. They gave me a code for this and then I never ended up playing it on stream. But they like ran through the fucking like convention to make sure that I got this because they heard that I was a streamer. And they thought I was Vinny, I think, because they saw it was at TMG. That was it. It was at, I want to say TMG. They saw the line for Vinny and thought it was a line for me. And they're like, we're going to give you a code for this. So they really wanted me to stream this, but I didn't because I kind of forgot it existed. I don't know if it's any good or not, but I'm just going to give it a shout out now because I kind of feel like an ass for doing that.
Notification or BBC Sherlock.
I like trains.
Okay, that one probably wasn't actually a reference to me. I didn't invent the concept of liking trains. That was autism.
Yes.
Cranking it up one more notch on the Somerton scale, we have allusion. References evil twin. To allude to something is to reference it covertly, subtly, in a way that could be easily missed and mistaken for originality. An uncited quote, an uncredited cover, a reference identifiable only to the person making it.
Hiya! Hiya!
Unlike a direct reference, the recognizability of the source material isn't what's beneficial here. What is how well it's been hidden. When I first released Ask the Movie, a lot of people told me I was ripping off Don Hertzfeld's 2000 short film, Rejected, but I'd never seen it before. So what happened after I became aware of it?
Uh-oh.
I knew what I was doing. That's illusion, baby. Hell, I'll say it. I think a lot of the most popular Ask the Movie characters are probably alluding to one thing or another. Remember this?
Dr. Octagonopus.
Catchphrase followed by a loud noise? Well, I've done that.
I like trains.
And I've done it again.
I'll be right back. Jesus fucking shit. I was just feeling super nauseous there for a second. And I was like, I'm gonna vomit. Oh, I don't think it's that the line for Vinny at that point was so fucking long that they just didn't see, they didn't even see who was at the end of it. So they just saw me walking away from the booth, and that's all they needed to see. You know, it wasn't like they mistook me for Vinny. They didn't even know who Vinny was. It doesn't matter. Vinny had a line that was going fucking crazy. Yeah, I'm okay. I've got a little bit too much antidepressants right now. Like, I feel like they're hitting my system a little too hard, and they kind of make me feel nauseous when they actually hit my stomach. Unless if I eat a shit ton of food, and I just didn't eat enough today. So I'm going to give it a minute, stop feeling nauseous, and then probably have a little bit of lunch. I'm okay. It's not a big deal. But just had to go deal with it before I threw up on stream, because that's gross.
And I've done it probably a few more times.
Everybody do the flop.
Now, as for times it's happened to me, well, illusion is kind of hard to spot by design, and I need to make it clear that what I'm about to say is my own personal opinion, an observation, and not an accusation. But you know how I thought that Domino's UK might have ripped off one of my sketches in 2020? Well, you're not going to believe what happened in 2019. Foreshadowing. Headed by the McCann ad agency Tel Aviv, Domino's Israel ran this pizza-themed comedy short about a near-future version of a would-be takeaway orderer teleporting in to forewarn their past self that doing so would result in an unfortunate chain of events before encouraging them to order something else. And you might be thinking, Tom, what makes this
Thank you for
to
the gift sub to Odd Revolver or Odd Thagonal Caster. I don't like what Odd Thagonal has done to your name, orthogonal. Like, it sounds very aggressive now.
The UK one. I mean, this one's clearly referencing Terminator with the eye and the suit and the pose. Well, there's the dialogue for one thing.
I'm you from the future.
The future? Oh man, I got fat. Like an hour into the future. Oh.
And after I tracked down and reached out to the director of the ad, they confirmed that the original script for it was even more similar to the script for Pizza Time. Now, I can't and won't claim foul play here, but boy howdy, that sure is kinda similar. I reached out to the agency themselves for comment, and they didn't reply.
How's your day?
So
my day has been
that's
pretty good so far. As opposed to every other day this week, I got to actually see my wife. I got to see her out the door. I kissed her. So that's good. Every other day this week, I've been waking up like super late. I got a game of Deadlock in, and that went well. We won, and I helped. I wasn't like the carry, but like I had the most structure damage, the most assists, and the most healing as Ivy. The new like buffs to gun damage shit is hilarious for Ivy because she has the best scaling for that shit. Anyway, I'm just excitedly talking about a game I like, which is where my mood's at right now. I think the main thing I need to achieve right now, generally speaking, is to just go out and do shit. And I know this is weird, but I think that every now and then I may stop stream and literally just go do something if it's like the vibes are not there and I'm not feeling good. I should just go do random shit, especially right now while like the, you know, weather is permittable for me to do that, just to have random shit happen. Because like I almost got hit by the car that one day just by going out. You know, like I saw a guy the other day hanging out in the park. There were just two of them and they were just singing at the top of their lungs, laying on the fucking grass, high as shit. And I'm like, those guys could be someone fun to hang out with. We don't know. Maybe I go hang out with some like weirdos in the park and get high. I don't know. I'm just saying, you know, like there's so much more interesting shit that's going on out in the world. I could just go do some of that. Literally just go outside and encounter people. That's what I feel like some of my best streams were when I was in college, constantly having random shit happen to me. And so I just need to go outside some. So I think that if I'm having a boring stream, like the critique in that thread of me being boring, I think is somewhat accurate. I don't have enough things to talk about sometimes. And that kind of leads back to the whole like politics thing, that when I don't know what to talk about, I talk about what's on my mind, or what's on my mind a lot of the time is like, oh my god, what the fuck is happening? So but also like people are coming here to escape that shit. And like for a while I was like, hey, maybe what I should do is I should be, you know, a political streamer. If you want to know exactly where that moment of me trying that decision happened, it was when the first stream of me just not giving a shit was me doing the Rev Shows You Random Stuff stream, where I showed you a video about a cop being an asshole. It was like Audit the Audit. I don't think I need a second channel politics. I think that what it is that I've realized that if effectively what is your politics is what you do, then what the fuck does it matter what anyone's politics are outside of what they actually do? And what I do right now is I'm currently working with an art group, and that is worth talking about. There's nothing I can fucking do about the stuff that's going on. That's one of the first streams I walked in. I mean, guess, you know, you stuck around for that shit. How long have you been a sub? 1 year? Okay. So we've done this experiment for a year, and I don't feel like it was a particularly good experiment to go full Hassan. You don't go full Hassan. You have to have Hassan money in order to go full Hassan. And I would have had to have started with doing some other stuff. And in this house, we disrespected Hassan, mainly because he didn't play my titty game that I sent him. But regardless, sometimes you just need a chill streamer. And I feel like that I should probably fill that gap instead. Because, like, I could be right for days and days, but, like, it's fucking annoying and shut up. And I'm just trying to relax and get away from that shit. And I think that that is more useful to people than me talking about politics in general. Not that like what I'm saying is wrong, not saying that what I'm saying is you know, anything like that, but it's just like I could be doing more good in this world by just like going and doing the stuff that I do. I can tell you guys about the art shit I do and all that. That's fun because I'll be going out and doing shit. But complaining about Trump or whoever is not useful to us, you know? Like, I don't like the guy. That's all that needs to be said. Making jokes about politics is uncontroversial. I don't know about that one. It's uncontroversial if everyone agrees. It's controversial if anyone disagrees with your opinion. I kind of like started focusing more on video game development rather than working on art for coffee shops, because art for coffee shops is money, but it's not that much, and it's really not where I want to display my art. Like that's, I don't know if I really want to do that. It was just sort of like a this is a way to do art shit, and I feel like that there are better art opportunities coming through this art community thing that I'm a part of. So yeah, I mean, a lot of people aren't tapped into the news media, and a lot of people, I don't know, I feel like I understand politics better than a lot of people, I will say. Like, there's some people who are out there with just some fucking wild ass takes, and like, I read a fuck ton of theory, but regardless, what does it mean to have my political takes if I know that, like, functionally that won't happen within my lifetime? Well, I probably just make it better while I'm here. So that's what I'm gonna do. And what I can do is I can make this community better, this specific town I live in. So I'm gonna run this fucking shit. I'm gonna make this town better, and that way I can make it the place that I want to live in. And realistically, I think that's what I can achieve in my life. And it's just more enjoyable to work on that. That scale is more enjoyable as well. I'm gonna make this town the most banger town. If you want to have a cool fucking town to live in, then I'm gonna try and make this town great. But that being said, it doesn't do me any good to talk about wider world issues if I can't really affect them. We need to be working at like a more grassroots level, individually. Local activism is the best activism. So the activism that I will talk about inadvertently in the coming future here is also just going to be like completely irrelevant to anything that you guys know about. As someone who recently had an existential crisis about that, well, here's the deal. Everyone is going through, like, if you give a shit about the world, everyone is like kind of in the same boat. That like they want things to be better, and the thing is, like, I can't build bridges and I can't cure cancer, right? But those are things that need to be done. I just have to like hope that there are good people out there like me and you that are doing good shit, you know? Just, it's okay. You don't have to do it all yourself. Other people can do those things as well. And if you're working on your shit and they're working on how to cure cancer and to build better bridges, then the world will have better bridges and the cure to cancer and whatever you're working on. Like, the world has lots of problems. Just work on one and don't beat yourself up that you can't fix everything, because it's insane shit. Anyway, so I'm going to try and go the other direction and be more of a cozy, motivational kind of streamer. That's still, you know, my punk rock self, of course, but I just don't think that talking politics is it's not useful, for one thing. Whether or not I'm accurate, other people can argue with me on that shit. It was worth a shot. The recommendation to like try and do the Hassan thing came from a friend, and I agreed with their assessment. Like, you know, I talked to some people about it, and I'm like, should I do this? And they're like, look, you care about politics. Just make a fucking thing about that. You know? Like, make that your thing. Like, don't lean away from it. Lean into it. And I think leaning into it was the wrong decision. I think that the correct decision was to kind of back off on it some. It's kind of a 50-50 on which was the correct answer. So, for people that don't like me talking about politics, this is good news. This means less of that. But for those of you that like me talking about politics, know that I'm not going to give up on it entirely. I'm just not going to talk about it as much, and I'm going to be talking about more local stuff that's probably not controversial to anyone at all, aside from people who live in this area. I learned about myself in that time. I also realized that, like, Osmond is more of a model of a political React model, and everyone fucking hates Osmond, you know? I like talking about what is more properly called about political philosophy rather than politics. Yes, actually, I do like that. I like about talking about the theory stuff and how to make the world ideally better rather than current politics. And I know that sounds weird because it seems like they should be connected, and they should be, but I don't know. Not as many people try the politics route. It's a bad fucking route. You know, you look at all my friends and they've had infinitely more success than me by not talking about politics and avoiding politics. That ain't me. I'm not going to be able to do that, but like I can at least tone it down some. Yeah, I think that's the thing, is like a lot of people are just lefty and kind of depressed and anxious, and it's just like, God, either I'm right or I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'm just a liberal cuck, and if I'm right, it's like, shut up, dude, going, God. It's like, it's kind of just doomery after a while. If I'm not planning on doing anything about it, it just becomes doomerism, and that's not good. That doesn't help anyone. I'm not making the world a better place by going, look at all these awful things that are happening. I'm fucking upset about it. It's just miserable, you know? So that's really where the line is trying to convert it into more positive shit. Based on this, have you considered your funny face dude maybe being subliminally inspired by hexadecimal? It's not. The inspiration for this, I actually know where it comes from, but it's not that. It's more just like, I want the idea of an anonymous group of like creature that like is technically working in your benefit, but is also somewhat hostile to you. Like, you have this weird relationship where it's like you're both parasites to each other. Like, you're both killing each other by existing in the way that you do at each other, but it's like mutually assured, and it's like cooperative destruction. And everyone's on the same side somehow. It's really weird, the mechanics of this. And it's going to be an interesting social situation for people to navigate. I have some very conservative views on topics, but I'm very considerably liberal on others. Okay, so the deal with that is just like, depending on where you live, you may just not have a political party that is anything relevant to that. And I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I have a lot of like weirdly conservative values as well on random shit. Like, I own a gun. But you know, not in a fun way, in a like self-defense way, you know? I think that like don't bother trying to, owning a gun isn't conservative. I would say it's one of the more conservative things that I do is owning a gun. I can't think of very many examples actually, but you know, that's fiscally conservative, socially liberal. Yeah, okay. So you just like, let's not spend a whole, I mean, that's kind of, I get that. Let's not tax people. Let's just like do good things for them, but spend as little money doing that as possible. Like, we don't need to be doing all this austerity. I mean, like, there's a lot of waste. Be nice, not weak, right? So anyway, this is me talking about how I'm going to talk about politics less while talking about politics.
Story ends. But can we push the Summerton scale any further? Oh, you bet your ass we can. Derivative works can be creatively original, or at least altered, but are often conceptually unoriginal. A derivative film, for example, may have an original script and dialogue, but be noticeably trying to emulate the success or ride the coattails of something else in a way that's kind of just sad.
One day, Ben Murdoch had a fight with a cat called Spider-Man.
One day, me and Ed were around my house. The
ninjas appeared.
You know my series Content, a fucky approach to YouTube trends, challenges, and games? Hey you, hey you, hey you! My name is Thomas Scott Ridgewell, and welcome back to Content! Yeah, I didn't come up with that shit. Brad and Liam from World of the Orange did back in 2013.
Content! Content!
I just picked up the mantle after they were done with it. The video ideas, the stuff we did in them, that was original, but
Do you think we could get one of these fella-ass fates as an emote someday? Yeah, I think that would be cool. I think that the fellas from this game would be cool to have as things. What emotion would the fella? I don't know, honestly. I think that you guys need to like learn more about the fella before you can come up with that.
It was them.
Stolen content.
I actually reached out to Brad and Liam to ask if I could officially license content from them and give them money in exchange for it. And they said, we don't fucking care, man. And I was like, too bad, take some money, because I don't want to get sued down the line if you change your mind.
Yep.
I have trust issues now. Everything's fine. You know how I love Britannic sketches? Well, sometimes
every single time you do, like, if you work with me, like, if I commission something, like when I commissioned for the, for Kira to do this intro, right? What was I saying? Is this the one where he collaborated with Bomber Guy? Yeah, that's that one. I don't know.
Sometimes mine definitely veer into derivative territory. How about a sketch that's a bunch of ways to deal with your girlfriend broken up by title cards?
Reference a 90s sitcom.
I think we should just be friends. Make me lasagna.
How about a sketch where a man's two comrades come up with increasingly ridiculous and ineffective ways to deal with a relatively simple problem?
My name's Mr. Fancy.
Hello, I am a robot.
How about a sketch where a bunch of people keep incriminating themselves and accusing each other, accompanied by a dramatic sound?
I fucked Steven! Steven Evans? No, Evans! The cousin of Devin?
Good heavens.
It's almost 11. Yes.
Fuck it, how about two of them?
I can't believe you three would abuse me like this.
Wait a second. You're not the victim here. I am.
I knew it.
But who fired the gun?
I really like Britannic, okay? They're just so fucking good.
Nuclear politics isn't the problem. It's just a side effect of the main issue, which is, yeah, okay. Sure. And a lot of what you just said is true. And I agree with the vibes, but again, like, all right, so what are we going to do about that? And I think the answer is, like, I should do what I think is right. And currently what I think is right is I need to fix this town, because this town has problems that America has. And it's just like, well, let's fix homelessness on all America. How the fuck are you doing that, Rev? Just fix the homelessness in your actual town first and then go from there, you know? Try and work out a model or a way to help the people near you and work outwards from there. Start with yourself, then work out. So for me, right now, like, all of that's true, but right now I think that it's just like, and the thing is, like, I don't think that a lot of my politics come across as radical when they're actually put to action. Like, the fact that they put me in charge of, like, conducting the meeting is hilarious to me. But again,
as for the reverse, well, in 2012, I released a sketch about parallel universes broken up by title cards and jaunty music titled...
Meanwhile, in a parallel universe where thinking about breasts makes your head heavy.
And in 2013, the French show Le Grand Journal released a sketch about parallel universes broken up by title cards and jaunty music titled Pendant ce temps.
Pendant ce temps, dans un monde où quand on est triste, on est obligé de faire une grimace dégueulasse.
Ta tortue est morte.
which is French for meanwhile. Now, I wasn't particularly upset about this because while, yes, the concept and execution was clearly based off my work, the creative part, the actual jokes, were at least theirs. And given that I knew I had been derivative in the past and would continue to be derivative in the future, I wasn't going to take a moral high ground. So I threw out a cheeky little tweet bemoaning the situation and then was fully prepared to just move on with my life and think no more of it. And then all hell broke loose. See, it turned out that this episode of Le Grand Journal was a big deal and had a lot of eyes on it. The original host and creator of the show had quit after 9 years.
Adieu.
And this was the first episode with the new host. A real James Corden taking over the Late Late Show type of situation. And no one wants to be James Corden. So in the French press, the media...
Unfortunately, James Corden is James Corden. Does anyone like James Corden? Am I insane? But, like, I've never met anyone who actually likes that fucker. Like... I hate that he exists. Which is really harsh. But God, he's fucking annoying. I have no idea who that is. He's like... What if you got even less... Like, what if Jack Black was boring and also a news host? Worse John Oliver. Boring John Oliver. Not funny John Oliver. I mean, John Oliver has... I like him, but, you know...
Not the cafetiere, got a hold of my tweet. Le Merde very much hit Le Fan. At first, the producer claimed that it was purely coincidental and had nothing to do with Meanwhile, and was in fact an adaptation of a sketch they'd done earlier that year called Etsy. You know what, now that you mention it, was also kind of similar to Meanwhile, buddy. Completely unbeknownst to me, the press just continued to get worse for the folks behind Pendant Toms, namely the actors who were in it, who were also YouTubers from the channel Studio Bagel, who actually had nothing to do with writing it. They were just in it, so setting the record straight there. The man responsible was a producer named Lorenzo, who had now begun emailing me. Lorenzo told me that he'd been trying to contact me for months.
John Oliver is, yeah, John Oliver has this thing where he, like, he's doing a well-researched thing, but it's like, hey, do you want to hear about how horrible fucking Death Row is? Well, I'm going to do an hour exposition about it, and at the end there's going to be a funny little jaunt. And then they're probably going to bring out a mascot and they'll have a little thing. Can't watch Abigail Thorne for this. I mean, like, yeah, I kind of stopped watching James Stephanie Sterling because it was just like, yeah, I get it. The game industry sucks ass. I'm sad now. Thanks.
Through Facebook Messenger.
Love him, though.
About officially licensing Meanwhile, but because he
good
hadn't been able to
work,
get through to me,
I just can't watch it. It's bad for my mental health.
Man. Also, if you put my name into Facebook, you're mostly just going to find Eddsworld role players, so there's a decent chance he was reaching out to Tom X Tord 69, and I love that for him. I told him that it was out of line, that he'd just done it anyway, but that I just wanted it to be over, so I publicly wished him and his team well, and once again, tried to go about my life. And then shit just continued to get weirder. You see, Pendant Toms was not supposed to be a one-time thing. This was intended to be a regular segment in this new season of Le Grand Journal that would happen 4 times a week. So my blessings and well wishes were not enough. The network needed this resolved formally right now. They had a press conference in just a few days, and the media were going to skewer them over this. So Lorenzo asked me what my price would be. What would it take to formally license Meanwhile and make this all go away? And I'll be honest with you.
I mean, honestly, I'm with Stephanie Sterling. Like, fuck it. Like, the style of stuff that they've been working on is just, I don't know, man, move on and do things that aren't that. But you can't just move on in this industry. You got to, like, slowly work everyone that way. So it's like, you really want to be doing wrestling? All right, well, you keep doing your bit. And in the meantime, you talk about wrestling until it just slowly takes over all the content. And now you're just a wrestler. Very, very common tactic. You know who this happened to? Doug Walker. What did Doug Walker change to doing? I thought he was still doing Nostalgia Critic shit, basically. He wanted to do a demo reel. It failed. He wanted to move on to demo. What is demo reel? Are we talking about the concept, or it's a show called Demo Reel? Okay. We're gonna have to watch some demo reel, aren't we?
I had no idea. I didn't want this. I didn't have a price in mind. I felt kind of icky asking for anything because, you know, I myself take influence in a derivative all the time. Maybe I just lacked self-worth, but I had no idea. But I took a day to think about it, and I figured that Meanwhile would probably take me about 2 days to write from scratch. And if I charged a day rate of, say, 150 euros, then 300 euros should be fair. So there I am, standing in my local Boots pharmacy with a box of tampons under my arm when Lorenzo calls me. And before the words 300 euros can escape my lips, he says,
I have sold my car and we can offer you 20,000 euros.
20,000 euros? Holy fuck. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
I only wanted enough to buy a mid-range Lego set, and instead I got to build this studio. I've really debated whether or not to include that amount in this video because
I think that's irrelevant. I think that's very relevant. Holy shit. Yeah, I think that, like, you're gonna... Yeah, no, I think that's relevant. Definitely.
It is crass, and it makes me seem deeply unrelatable, but that was a...
Is it? Because I think it's like, yeah, no, I'd fucking do that shit. Like, I would just wonder for, like, yeah, like $300 or whatever. Yeah, that sounds right. And then they're like, we're gonna offer you, like, $20,000 or whatever the fuck you just said. Yeah, dude, no wonder you fucking went with that shit. Like, no, that is relevant information. It is not a bad thing you did it. Good for you. You got your shit stolen, but you actually end up working with it somehow, and you actually end up ahead. No one's gonna blame you, man. Go for it.
Life-changing amount of money, and if any other creatives ever find themselves in this bizarre situation, I want you to know your potential worth, because I very nearly asked for 1.5% of the amount they were prepared to offer me. But I guess they got their money's worth, because over the following year, they made 108 episodes of Condensed, all featuring my name in the credits. I've only made 4.5. I gotta step my game up. Next, imitative works are those which are just one teensy step away from
Yeah, actually, for $21,000, that's like a year's income for me. That is some wild shit. Like, absolutely, I would do that.
Full-blown word-for-word remake. They are, for the most part, shameless and almost exclusively reliant on just not getting caught. You know, kind of like taking a tweet and turning it into a really popular TikTok. How dare you? I'm kidding. I don't fucking care. Whereas a derivative work will likely incorporate some form of creativity, perhaps approaching the same idea in a different way, imitative works are usually neither creatively nor conceptually original. At best, they may change the format or medium of the thing they are imitating, like taking a tweet and turning it into a TikTok. It's changing the words when copying someone else's homework. It's Korn ripping off Weeble's Badger, just awfully. It's SNL releasing a sketch about the son of the Shaman Bears family wanting to take up dance instead of wiping his ass for his life.
I changed my mind. Now listen to me, boy!
Just months after Joel Haver releases an animation about the son of the Shaman Bears family arguing with his father.
What if I don't want to wipe my ass?
Son, it's what we do. We wipe ass.
You know, which was probably just a coincidence too, right?
Usually when these things come up, I'm like able to see like, oh, it's the same concept, but they took it somewhere different.
There's no way. There's no way that was, like, I watched his video and I'm like, that was beat for beat the same fucking shit. Like, they stole your content. It's Saturday Night Live, too. They don't have fucking shit anymore. Like, they don't have writers. It's living on as a mockery of itself at this point. It sucks ass. Let it go.
It was a little weird. I was like, wow, that's very similar.
At this point, I feel like it should just come as no surprise that when I was making the sketch, The Confession 4, I straight up stole a joke from Britannic. I knew I was alluding to them and their sketch, The Coach, when I had this gag where a character panics and denies that an obvious guest is actually something they're clearly not.
Burglar
It's a bird.
But what I somehow didn't realize was that the following gag was beat for beat from the same sketch, even down to the fucking hay broom.
Get out of here, you! Get out of here! This is a human home. Get out! I'm sorry.
One moment. But don't worry, karma was swift, because I premiered this sketch in front of Britannic, who immediately called me on it. And what's worse is that I got up on stage after the sketch played and said this to their faces, not realizing yet what I had done.
It's very uncomfortable to premiere a sketch in front of Britannic, whose style I've been shamelessly ripping off for 15 years.
Have you ever made a fool of yourself in front of your biggest heroes? Because I fucking have. But don't worry, I apologized, we're cool, and I definitely won't be thinking about this every night as I lay awake in bed at 3 a.m. for the rest of my life. So anyway, hey, do you know that video I made that was basically this?
Wrong bottle.
Plus this? You know.
Juice that makes your head explode.
Well, just 4 months after I released Juice That Makes Your Head Explode, I was sent this screenshot of an ad that appeared to be copying the sketch to advertise a game called Rise of Kingdoms. That appeared to have copied the sketch. Who did this? And how did they...
Rise of Kingdoms. That's one of those shit games. Like, yeah, they would do that. I automatically believe this man that they stole from him.
Do it so fast. I tasked the internet with trying to track down this ad because I couldn't find it myself, and there was no luck. Even this YouTube channel that almost exclusively posts the ads for this game, and there are so many ads for this game, didn't have a copy. But eventually, someone sent me a cropped version of the ad, and...
Hey, little guy.
Want to play a game?
Oh, what game?
A game that makes your head explode.
Yeah, that's just the first part of the sketch, but with the word juice changed to game.
Play? This is murder!
Our first step to figuring out who had made it was trying to figure out where it had been made. Now, I'm not a geoguesser. I don't know anything, but the buildings looked vaguely European. I thought maybe these blocks of flats in the background there could be Soviet era. When we tried to track down the church in the background, the only results we were getting were either Disney World or this company from the Philippines who apparently built it, but that doesn't seem right.
Yes, you're right.
Looking through quite literally hundreds of Rise of Kingdom ads to find answers, we started to notice some commonalities. Strong and mismatched accents.
Want me to teach you a few tricks?
Inconsistently capable performances, to be kind.
Your dad has 1 million power.
Nondescript locations with really vague geographies, almost as if they were being filmed everywhere and nowhere, like they were just trying to specifically fuck with me and my quest for answers.
I will find you.
The ads also had common themes. Almost all of them would follow the same format of person A has a lot of points and person B doesn't have enough points, so person B can't be friends with them or get a table at a restaurant.
First come, first serve.
Or get in a lift, and then after a SpongeBob title card.
A few moments later.
By the way, they fucking love SpongeBob title cards.
3 days later.
All of a sudden, person B now has way more points.
Actually, now I have 5 million power.
Person A
oh my god, he's got 5 million power.
And also often their girlfriend.
Dude, your ex-girlfriend just posted her engagement.
Like, there is a strange amount of cuckoldery in these ads.
My 500,000 power in ROK is not enough for you?
None of these themes were present in the Juice That Makes Your Head Explode knockoff. We really couldn't find many other examples of them blatantly ripping other people off, except for the Legend 27. You remember the Legend 27?
Yeah, the Legend 27.
They do. And they fucking love playing off that one.
The King 7.
Killer 1.
Super 222.
Having hit a wall with our research, we took our limited findings of the church back to Twitter, hoping that we could maybe crowdsource an answer. And after a while, a few people managed to track it down to
people know shit. Like, people are weird. Like, this is a thing. Like, I don't post outside pictures of my house because people are so obscenely good at GeoGuessr that like I was concerned yesterday. It's like my wife was like, oh, which like leaf bag should we use? And I'm like, is that going to narrow down our location too much that someone could find us? Internet, there was a case of, this is a sad story, but it turned out well. On 4chan, there was some people and they were abusing this cat, right? Like they were like trying, like they were fucking with it and kind of like sort of drowning it in the tub and stuff. And like they were able to figure out exactly where this building was along with which apartment it was based on the tiling. They found Andrew Tate because of a pizza box. Like, yeah, people are fucking wild. And so you have to kind of just assume that there's someone who's like actually good enough. So like if you post outside, like you will be found. That's why I never post when we're at a place. I always post once we leave the place. So that way, if someone does show up, I'm gone. Anyway.
New shopping complex in Fuzhou, China, and after cross-referencing it with this promotional construction video, yeah, there it is. Like, I get that Rise of Kingdoms is like a Chinese-made game, but...
What?
I'm in no mood for fries unless I can have my revenge on China.
Again, we were lost, but that's when we noticed something. One of the channels that have been uploading Rise of Kingdoms ads seemed to belong to a familiar face. Oh my god, look, it's the guy! It's the guy from the thing! So I dropped him a line, set up an interview, and learned a lot. His name was James Oliver, a Canadian expat who lived in Beijing, who, to make ends meet, starred in mobile game ads. A lot of mobile game ads. And he was actually quite surprised that we'd figured out where the ad had been filmed because...
They do try to hide that and keep the settings ambiguous, actually.
Yeah,
that's
of
something
course.
the production teams do. Like if they see Chinese characters on signage in the background and they try to actually cover up license plates on vehicles and things like that.
Yeah,
so
that makes
it's
sense.
Interesting to me that you knew that.
They don't want people knowing that it's made in China. Apparently, groups of English-speaking actors will be assembled by small, independent production teams for long shoot days, where up to a dozen ads will be shot back-to-back.
So, for example, the shoot that you mentioned, that exploding head one, that day we might have shot maybe a dozen ads, and they all have setups that take time. So it's just go, 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 go. And we need to be able to memorize these very, very quickly and just hit our beats.
That probably is why the ADR is like
why
that.
there are so fucking many of them.
For me, actually, my breakout role was boss angry on airplane, throws briefcase hard.
The teams are not attached to any ad agencies and are entirely Chinese, and James is aware of them copying scripts from movies, other ads, and even porn.
A few times they're like, okay, you sit on this couch and you come in and you strip down to your skivvies and to a woman, and then okay, you straddle him and then you're gyrating him. I'm like, whoa, we just met. This is a mobile game ad. What are you talking about? They're like, yeah, we got to get the audience's attention. I saw this in a porn. I bet you saw this in a porn. So anyway.
And when they flew James over to Fuzhou to film a game that makes your head explode, he noticed that it was unlike anything else they'd really made. Probably because I hadn't written it like anything else they'd made.
I guess the point I'm trying to make here is they'll take ideas from anywhere. Including you.
Me? So at some point in the few months since I posted my video, some guy in China had seen my sketch, copied the words, storyboarded it, and shoveled it into a day of filming Rise of Kingdoms ads. And as for this guy being in a pumpkin costume, I've got to assume they just didn't have a propeller hat and said, yeah, now he looks like a child.
Victor. Okay, that guy's a character. He's American from Detroit who's never allowed to go back to the U.S. and was deported to Romania.
What did he do?
It was drug related.
Huh?
He has a redemption arc.
Before I move on, I just want to say a huge thank you to James for speaking to me and being so forthcoming. I'll link to his channel in the description. And I learned so much about these ads that we can't include in this video. I'll probably make a little exclusive video for Patreon.
Forgive us.
But for now, here's an ad that I've made that is entirely original and inspired by nothing. Enjoy. And now, a word from our sponsor. Hey, can I join your Surfshark Alliance?
I normally would skip this, but fuck yes.
You're only on level 1 million? We have level 1 billion Surfshark points in our alliance. Oh, wait, go off with you.
Ah, sadness. 3 days later.
Do. What now? Can't you see I'm busy standing here?
I have level 1 trillion Surfshark points.
Whoa. How did you do that? And how?
It's easy.
Yes!
I signed up to Surfshark VPN and unlocked the legendary hero, Blorpo. This gave me access to over 3,200 servers in over 100 countries.
I say wow, but I choose my army of hackers to attack your kingdom.
But my Surfshark army is strong and destroyed hackers and their epic malware attacks.
Spin! Amazing! Can you teach me?
Just use the code TomScaFriends to get up to 6 months for free on your Surfshark subscription for free.
Yeah, I just did it. And now my Surfshark can access content not available in my country and then remake that content as adverts.
Hi, I am woman. Can I play?
No!
What? This
Get
isn't
out!
for women!
We
Go away!
women!
This isn't for girls! This is a
No!
man's game!
Get out! Women cannot play games! We don't like women! Rise of Surfsharks.
Now, the thing about the Summerton scale is that it's actually a circle. At the beginning, if circles have a beginning, we have the source material. And as we go around the circle, we get closer and closer to returning to that source material, bringing us to our penultimate stop, cloning. Cloning, as I'm sure you can figure out, is just a total remake. Zero creative input. Just a shot for shot, beat for beat, word for word recreation. Hey, do you remember that Jonathan Colton cover of Baby Got Back that I so expertly foreshadowed earlier in the video?
LA face with the Oakland booty.
Well, here's a definitely unrelated clip from the show Glee.
LA face with the Oakland booty.
Now you might be thinking, aren't Glee and Colton just covering the same song? And no, not really. Colton's cover is a complete recreation, recomposition with entirely new and unique instrumentals.
I like big butts and I cannot lie. You like big butts and I cannot lie.
And Glee just copied it note for note. And when Colton called them out on it, they just went, it's widowy a coincidence? But here's the thing, Colton didn't just overhaul the instrumentals, he also changed some of the lyrics, including putting his own name in the song.
What?
Johnny sees in trouble.
And you best believe the Glee version also has his name in it.
Johnny sees in trouble.
Just in...
Why? Bruh, come on. Oh, I love it when proof is as good and easy as that, man. That's fucking great. Did you know Joko works for NPR now? Who?
Incredible. Weirdly enough, I don't have that many examples of cloning in my back catalog. Well, unless you count this.
Hey man, look at my new dog. Oh yeah, that's pretty cute. Oh, there's no dog there. Oh.
That skit was the winner of a competition I hosted 13 years ago to write an Astamu joke. It's chill. It's nothing untoward happened there. I also once got permission from another YouTube channel to remake one of their sketches and just did such a bad job and made an infinitely worse version. Why does it look like it was filmed in Grand Theft Auto 4?
Okay, all my friends are idiots.
And I can't even show you the original because they have long since deleted it. So those 3 months where I was trying to upload weekly on my main channel were a dark time. Now I just upload.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck uploading weekly. Jonathan Colton. Oh. Oh, that's the name of the singer. Okay. I'm like, who the fuck is that? We were just talking about them, and I don't know who that is. Cumglar. Thank you for joining our chat. You will be welcomed here with open arms.
Once a
you
year.
found
That's
your
much
community.
better. As for cloning happening to me, yeah, all the time, but it's usually kids practicing their animation skills by remaking something of mine or just having fun, and it would be super weird to get touchy over that. Although if you are gonna just fully remake one of my TikToks, could you make the smallest effort to credit me?
This is a mockery. Don't you mean a robbery?
And when you do eventually credit me, link to the correct account, that'd be super neato. Although I am aware that by this point in the video I do not have anything resembling a high horse, so I'll just get down. And lastly, to complete the loop of the Summerton scale, we have the freeboot. Named after pirates of old, freebooting is the process of simply re-uploading, reposting, republishing someone else's work exactly as it was, as if it were your own. And it's kind of an inevitability when you put stuff on the internet, and it can range from being an annoyance to, in the cases where the freebooted version has massively outperformed the original, career-ending. Parallel thinking, subconscious appropriation, inspiration, influence, reference, allusion, derivative, imitative, cloning, and freebooting. With their powers combined, they are the Summerton scale of plagiarism. Now, while I've had a lot of fun trying to...
Does it shock you that I was raised on NPR? Same. I really liked, God, what was the name of the radio drama with the detective? Like, I know no one gave a shit about that show, but I liked that as a kid. And I liked it because of the concept of it, less than the actual show itself. Because at the end of the day, what it ended up being was pretty bad. But, like, it was the first time I had seen anything like that, you know?
Find these terms. I do want to say that I don't think it would be entirely helpful to look at creativity through this lens, especially not originality. I believe
not Columbo. Oh, fuck. NPR radio drama detective. Johnny Dollar, Dangerous Assignments, Hard Boiled. No, that's not it. Beyond All Repair. God, I forget what the name of it was, but it was like he was just kind of a detective and he would show up. Guy Noir Private. I don't know who that is. Guy Noir Private Eye, maybe. Sorry, I was looking at another screen to try and like find it. I couldn't find it. Quite possibly. I'm reading what you're saying, Clarkson. Guy Noir Private Eye. Here, hold on. Let me mute the audio and see if this is it. This has got to be it. Yeah, so I grew up with this shit. I think I can play this. This is from NPR like years and years ago, but I think that this was like partial inspiration for me doing Prairie Home Companion radio sketch. I think that this was at least partially inspiration for The Town of Nowhere. The idea of radio dramas like this made me go and look for actual radio dramas where some characters are straight up references. The specific Mary and I want to say just Mary. I feel like Mary and what's the name of the guy in the second season? The detective. Raymond is as well, yeah. Mary and Raymond are a reference to, they had an advert for Lipton iced tea on this creepy horror thing, and the guy's name, who's Raymond, would say creepy shit, and then the Lipton iced tea lady would just say some random iced tea related thing, like, oh, I love the flavor of iced tea on days where I get buried alive. With a refreshing face. You know, all that. But yeah. But the noir guy was definitely this kind of shit.
Night in a city that knows how to keep its secrets. But on the 12th floor of the Acme building, one man is still trying to find the answers to life's persistent questions. Guy Noir, Private Eye.
It was late September, and St. Paul was luxuriating in summer weather.
And that guy was doing this bit for like years and years and years. it's really stupid, but the idea of them having like all these little things to play with to make the sound effects, I was just like, that's so cool. As a kid, listening to the radio drama was cool. I realize this is essentially just them making fun of or parodying old radio dramas that I would go on to listen to later. But yeah, for sure. Wait, hold on.
Great deal of arrogance, or at least blissful ignorance, to ever believe that you could be truly original. I think at the end of the day, we're all just building off each other's work and ideas, creatively leapfrogging off one another for the betterment of mankind. No, that's probably too much. The betterment of mindlessly entertaining and distracting each other. Yeah, let's go with that. To decry a boat simply because you could identify the trees from which it was constructed would be to deny yourself the sea. Was that deep? I think that was a load of shit. As I said at the start of this video, while I believe that the amount of conscious appropriation found in any piece of work can be placed somewhere on this spectrum, that doesn't necessarily correlate with how unethical it may be. Someone re-uploading or remaking one of my videos may place highly on the scale, but I'd argue that it is morally nowhere near as bad as someone reworking my ideas and passing them off as their own, especially for profit. And freebooting sucks a lot, but sometimes it becomes the only way to preserve lost media. So it's almost like reality is complicated. That all being said though, and seeing as this video is pretty much nothing but my own opinion anyway, here is how I would personally ascribe some sort of morality to the scale. 1 and 2 can't really be helped. Short of running any idea you have through Google, stuff's gonna happen. I mean, then again, if an idea does come to you that's suspiciously good or it arrives fully formed, it couldn't hurt to check.
The funny thing to me is last time I thought of Prairie Home Companion was on Twitch. Last time was me on Chai's stream where they were watching Between the Lions and featured Fred Newman doing his thing. God, that's so cool. That's so cool.
Me on that one. It's got me a few times. 3 to 5 is the safe zone. With a little bit of humility and self-awareness, I think it's perfectly acceptable to let the work of others inspire or guide us. And if we are going to directly quote, imitate, or reference someone else, just a tiny bit of due diligence couldn't hurt. 6 and 7 are the danger zone. When we find ourselves here, it might be worth reworking a project a little bit, or simply trying to take influence from more sources to dilute how derivative we're being. After all, what is originality if not stealing from so many different sources that you can no longer identify one single point of influence? As for 8, 9, and 10, well, I think this is just where things have officially gone too far. This is true blue plagiarism town, and if you're not careful, you're gonna find yourself on a YouTube thumbnail. Oh no, you don't. The last thing I want to say in this video is I've definitely noticed a theme over the years of companies and corporations feeling extremely comfortable plagiarizing off independent online creators, and I think this happens for 2 reasons. 1, these companies know it's near enough impossible to prove plagiarism, and without a publisher and their big scary legal team behind us, there's very little we can do, and they know they can get away with it. But also 2, I think there's just a broader belief that anything on the internet is free real estate. Who made this? I don't know. I'm not gonna check. It's mine now. It's a lack of respect for art and artists and the concept of ownership in general, and it's definitely something I've been guilty of and will be working on improving in myself going forward. So that was the video. I hope I've approached this with the humility of a man who knows his own shortcomings. Tell me, what's the most plagiarism you've ever done? And leave your full name in the comments so I can tell on you. Thank you very much for watching. Tom Scar out.
Interesting. I'm glad I made this video. Like, yeah, clearly that company stole from... I don't know if there's much to say here. Like, yeah, he's right. Yeah, that company definitely stole from him. And companies are very, very, like, happy to just steal shit at random. So, yeah. Also, that warp dilation is not working at all. Is it swirl? No, it's not swirl. I don't remember what it is. Is it morphology? What in the actual fuck shit is this? Oh, that's neat. Sin parentheses time. Cool. Sometimes this doesn't work, and I'm not sure why. Does it need, like, is it case sensitive? What if I just do time? Are you not accepting arguments today? Doesn't look like you're accepting arguments today. Oh no. Oh, it's working for sure now. Oh, yep. Anyway, let's try that again. That's what happens when you put too many numbers. And time is a very big number. It starts at 1, sometimes 0. Oops, it seems like it crashed. Yeah, no, let's fix that immediately by deleting that.
Oh god. An anime series from the 1990s created.
So this is a oh wow, demo reel. Okay, so this is the Doug Walker thing. This is what he was trying to move on to. He saw himself as a serious movie person, so it makes sense that he would want to make movies. This is my take of probably what this is. I actually do not know.
And directed by Hideaki Anno. The series, which revolves around several teenagers who must pilot mechs in order to battle mysterious creatures named angels, starts as a rather conventional mecha anime, utilizing basic tropes and elements of the genre. However, as the series goes on, Anno's own mental health deterioration begins to color Evangelion, and by the end of its run it evolved into something else, a series where Anno can examine his own burdens, his own regrets, and his own psychological well-being, where the very premise of the
I should
mecha genre
probably
is called
watch that at some point.
The move proved to be very controversial at the time, but as the years have gone on, Evangelion has gone to be known as Anno's magnum opus and a defining work in anime. Anyway, let's talk about Doug Walker's demo reel.
What
is
demo reel? I'm glad you asked.
Why'd you reference it?
Demo Reel is a 2012 series written and directed by Doug Walker, better known for his character The Nostalgia Critic. The series was originally intended to be Walker's and his company Channel Awesome's first foray into full-on original series development. It was supposed to be the start of a brand new era for the website, a split away from review-based content. Emphasis on supposed to. Demo Reel was, by all measures, a catastrophic failure, with absurdly low view counts, fan backlash, and supposedly trapping Channel Awesome to such massive debt that Walker had no choice but to bring back his cash cow character. What was supposed to be an exciting new breakout show became an 8-episode first season, which then became 6-episode first season, of which only 5 aired before getting cancelled and literally erased out of existence. Demo Reel is often regarded as a footnote in Doug Walker retrospectives and reviews, just like a small moment in time where Walker decided to do a sketch comedy series before bringing back the Nostalgia Critic without much insight into what exactly went wrong. And I'm not necessarily...
The Netflix dub isn't very good of Evangelion. Oh, I love you was changed to I really like you. Is this video made by the person that got nuked? I don't know who Lady Emily is, so maybe she got canceled. Let's see if she's done any content recently. Last content she did was a year ago. There's another one of it. I mean, like, it seems like she's still around. Didn't Folding Guy Ideas talk about this? Maybe.
Surprised about this because to comment on Demo Reel, one has to actually watch Demo Reel, which no one really seems to want to do, except for me, because having watched Demo Reel in its original 2012 airing, the series has stuck in my head for years, more so than a lot of other Walker projects, mainly because of how big of a failure
yeah, that was about the wall,
both in its
not this.
promotional tactics and its production and it's everything. There's a lot of weird shit in Demo Reel, y'all, and I feel like it's my duty to report on it, cover it, and let you know exactly why it is that Demo Reel failed. I guess you can say I remember it so you don't have to. So a little bit of context for those of you who aren't in the know and just hear me speaking gibberish right now. Doug Walker is an internet personality mainly known for his character as the Nostalgia Critic. Debuting in 2007,
Illuminati. Yeah, no, that's a different person. She has a very similar sounding voice.
A man would go back to old content one might remember from their childhood and review it. Said reviews would often just be Doug sitting in front of a white wall, summarizing and showing clips of the movie, stopping to add his own insights into perceived flaws or do his own jokes. It was very basic, but for the time, especially when there weren't necessarily a lot of other people making content like this for film, it was incredibly effective. The series and Walker himself got so popular that he was able to start his own company, Channel Awesome, and move to his own dedicated website at the time called That Guy with the Glasses. It's hard to tell exactly how these early NC videos have aged. I mean, for one, in general, internet humor from this period of time has just aged like milk. Second, knowledge about behind-the-scenes stuff that's come out since then, thanks to the Change the Channel movement, just taints a lot of it regardless of the content. But also, weirdly enough, since I
don't know enough about all that shit to be able to, like, say things. Yeah. Doug Walker is one of the head people at at Screenwave. Right, the camera's over here now. Screenwave, the company that I'm leaving. The company that all of Vine Sauce, at some point or another, if they had a YouTube channel, was part of, I think. So
I basically lived off of these videos when I was 11, trying to critique them as like going back to an old Cartoon Network series you used to watch when you were 9. Like, yeah, you can still acknowledge and see the flaws, but there are still some memories there that make it hard to be fully impartial. That being said, yeah, these videos aren't great. The nicest thing I can possibly say about these pre-reboot Nostalgia Critic videos is that they mostly know what they are. They're not trying to be super deep media critique, they're not trying to be social commentary, they're not trying to be these larger-than-life full-scale productions. They're just a guy riffing on bad movies. It's simple, but there's a reason it got popular. Things
that's
wouldn't always be this way.
a good
2012
thing.
marked a huge shift in how Doug Walker approached his content. The first reason was the creation of the Stop Online Piracy Act, otherwise known as SOPA. It was a controversial bill meant to combat the use of copyrighted content online by allowing the shutdown of websites hosting copyrighted material, keeping such sites from being able to be...
Did people have realized there was no obligation to watch it? What? I remember someone talking about the video where the Nostalgia Critic reveals to Doug Walker that he's fake and twists Doug's reality and eventually replaces him. What? Oh, yeah, no, you guys are good. We're not doing not November yet. I mean, no, Doug November yet. Don't worry.
Paid by advertisers, found via search engines, and even could lead to maximum prison sentence of 5 years. It was bad. It was a bad bill, and there was a lot of backlash against it, including blackout protests from sites like Wikipedia and Google, and it also scared the shit out of Channel Awesome.
Yeah.
Most of the content on the website used copyrighted content in it. It relied on advertising for revenue. It needed search engines in order for people to find their stuff. Yeah, SOPA didn't go through and ended up dead in the water, but it sent Walker a
That
strong
version of
message.
SOPA.
Channel Awesome, as it currently existed, could easily be brought down at any moment. All it took was another legislative effort, and everything could just end. So the risks of continuing to
There's
use
a
copyrighted
blend that
material
I've
were
got,
starting
and
to
I
get
don't remember
too
what it's
high to keep
called.
going forward. But that's also not really the full story. You see, by this point, it was clear that while Doug's shtick as the critic was popular, it wasn't really where his passions lied. At the very least, he thought he had grown beyond the basic white wall review format. As the years went on, Doug's work got more... ambitious is the nicest word I'd use to describe it. This can be seen in things like the increasing length and spectacle of the Channel Awesome anniversary films, or his Moulin Rouge review, which was a full crossover music.
Okay, hold on. Like, I need to not have that running at the same time, because I think that's actually causing it to not play. All right, so we got the sine wave. Okay, so that's that bit. Where's the face? Ah, there it is. It's this blend with that translate, I think. With that warp. I think the app is too heavy and it causes YouTube to lag. Yeah, I think so. Like, legitimately, I think that's probably right.
Or even just his insistence on giving the critic a character arc through the reviews. Whether or not he succeeded in giving a good character arc to the Nostalgia Critic is besides the point. Regardless, it was clear that Walker was starting to feel constrained by what was expected of him as the Nostalgia Critic. This, combined with the pressure to stop using copyrighted content, influenced him to come to an important decision. It was time to end the Nostalgia Critic and move on to something else. A passion project Doug had apparently wanted to do since 2008 called Demo Reel. The plans to end the series were kept a secret from fans, and apparently for a time to other Channel Awesome contributors. Instead, an episode of the Nostalgia Critic reviewing the 2002 live-action Scooby-Doo movie aired on August 14th, 2012. It's notable for featuring a long, apparently partially improvised rant from the critic, where he talks about how much he hates his job and reviewing movies just to get ratings, and it ends with a parody of the finale to Star Trek The Next Generation. The next week, the 4th Channel Awesome anniversary special to Boldly Flee aired, which features an extensive subplot about the government trying to pass anti-piracy laws and the age of reviewers coming to an end. And, spoiler alert for those who care, I guess, it ends with a Nostalgia Critic sacrificing himself by merging with the plot hole, don't ask, and effectively dying/ascending to a higher plane of existence. It's not entirely clear. That confusion kinda spread throughout the fandom. No one was quite sure what to make of it.
What the fuck was that?
Quote, dead. Did that mean the series was over, or was that just a plot thing? What exactly was going on? It got to the point where the day after To Boldly Flee ended, Doug had to upload a video explaining the situation. Yes, the Nostalgia Critic as a series was over. The character might still appear from time to time, but for now, he was retired.
Here's a boy.
Boldly Flee served as the official character's ending, with the Scooby-Doo review serving as a finale for those who didn't want to watch the anniversary special. He also made an announcement.
We actually do have another show that we're going to move into, that we're going to start production on, that we've wanted to do for years. Like, this is the one where we always said, okay, after Nostalgia Critic, this is what we're going to do, and we're really excited about it. And it's a show that, like I said, we've been very hyped and we've been preparing to do. And without going into too much detail, because we want something to be a surprise, I can tell you the title of the show. The title of the show is going to be called Demo Reel.
Okay, so right off the bat, we have a big red flag for how to start a show, and I don't know if Doug even realized it. So, like, all right, let me put this into perspective, because, like, sometimes it's really hard to understand things like this when they're applied to internet media.
Kitty.
So let's imagine this is HBO, and it's back when Game of Thrones was still on the air.
So the boy's got a little bandage on because he's got that cut on his neck. It's looking better. Some of the cuts on his face from when he's been scratching, are looking worse, but I mean, like, they're not infected or anything, so we're just kind of like hoping that he'll heal up fast enough. Yeah, I read that, or I heard that as, I'm sorry, I got to do a little bit of typing. So he's doing okay. It's just, you know, can we just have like a colorize and then just have this be fucking nothing?
And it's back when people still cared about Game of Thrones, and you're watching a regular episode of the series in like season 6 or something, and you're having a good time, but something's off. Like, all the characters are talking about the importance of endings, and a large amount of the cast died, and then the credits just roll, and you're like, that's weird, it felt like I just watched a finale. And the next day, the head of HBO pulls out a press release that's like, yes, that was the finale, but don't feel bad because starting next month, the cast of Game of Thrones will be bringing you a single-camera improv comedy series. By trying to do a surprise ending, all you're doing is throwing the rug out from people who weren't emotionally prepared for a series they like to end. It's not going to matter how good that follow-up show is, it's immediately going to be compared to the first series. It's basically guaranteeing that your new series is always going to be seen in the shadow, that fans are always going to associate it as a replacement rather than its own thing. Which is not helped by Doug saying this.
We're instead going to go into a new production that we want to spend most of our time and effort into, sort of the replacement for the Nostalgia Critic. And as we get closer and closer,
his voice is really nasally here.
We'll be showing you more and more about it. We'll be having casting calls. I mean, we'll keep you totally up to date on it. And probably overhype it, so you'll be incredibly disappointed when you see the show.
So yeah, Not the best way to start things. Nevertheless, all eyes were on Demo Reel. Channel Awesome put out a casting call for actors to enter the production and actually bought a studio space in Chicago, too. The studio space that apparently was never properly meant for filming, so was never properly insulated, so they couldn't actually use most of it because they're just very incompetent. Sorry, I'll get back to recapping things. And it wasn't long before the first trailer to Demo Reel dropped.
I recognize the space from their bit. Oh, hi. We're done? We're done. We're done being baby boy time. Glassbrain, thank you for the 60 bits. That's very cool of you.
Online. One of the most anticipated online shows finally gets a trailer. Wow, cool. Stay humble, guys. Anyway, this was the first official glimpse into what Demo Reel was. The show focuses on a production company known as, well, Demo Reel, whose goal is to remake popular movies in order to make them better, so that Hollywood will eventually notice them and let them make their own major motion picture. It's not the best and most ambitious premise in the world. A lot of people started comparing it to Garth Marenghi's Dark Place or the 2008 Michel Gondry movie Be Kind Rewind, like, immediately. But as a career move, it makes a lot of sense for Walker. He had spent years forming his brand around commenting on popular movies. Demo Reel would provide an avenue for Doug to continue to make film-based content while still creating his original ideas and not relying on copyrighted material. The trailer is... it's not the best. What with its green screen effects and such compelling jokes as, like, Batman and the Dark Knight movie stock's funny, and the vampires in Twilight sparkle, which, I mean... come on, y'all. This was 2012. Was Twilight even relevant at that point? But hey, we got the premise of the show, saw the official cast for the first time, and got a release date, October 30th, just a week away. After all that build-up and all that waiting, it was finally time to see one of the most anticipated online shows, only 2 months after it was originally announced. The first episode of Demo Reel begins with something that had never been done before in comedy. A parody of The Sixth Sense. A girl portraying a young Haley Joel Osment is in bed and tells Doug Walker that she sees dead people. And then in a stroke of comedic genius, Doug Walker shows up again to play Beetlejuice in the scene because the height of
Did it just age poorly? Like, is this just not funny because of that, or is it what happened? Because, like, I remember watching, like, Spoonie, and Spoonie did bits with the Nostalgia Critic, so it's like, what happened? Octagonal Caster, thank you for the gift sub to Oddbrain. Who's that? Reference humor was the rage 15 years ago, yeah.
Comedy is when things from one franchise appear in another franchise. But like with all good jokes, one isn't enough, so you have to remember the Doug Walker comedy rule of 5. Other ghosts appear, like a poorly aged ghost dad appearance, Casper, meaning that this new series is already starting out with a callback to the Nostalgia Critic, and finally culminating in the Ghostbusters lightning bolt exploding into the room to take down the ghosts. The Ghostbusters shoot all the ghosts, and then Doug Walker, because Doug Walker's character is supposed to be Bruce Willis, despite no attempts to make Doug Walker look like Bruce Willis, and then credits roll to the sound of Doug Walker doing a Randy Newman impersonation. And you can tell that this is a Randy Newman impression because Doug makes sure to sing a line, "This is your good old friend Randy saying boo," like Randy Newman is obviously known to do. Okay, so I'm not going to bury the lead. I started watching Doug Walker back in 2008. I watched basically all of his pre-2013 catalog, and I've seen his most notorious or famous videos since then. I've seen my fair share of Doug Walker and Channel Awesome content, so I don't really mean this lightly when I say that, in my opinion, the pilot episode of Demo Reel is the worst thing that Doug Walker has ever produced. Worse than To Boldly Flee, worse than Popcorn's Hot Shot, worse than his review of The Wall. With those, they're terrible, but at least clearly have some form of energy and life to them. You can't say that Doug Walker isn't achieving his goals on those productions.
Like, okay, so like The Wall, like, he tried really hard with The Wall, which is really weird because he was so fucking wrong. I think gift subs are being passed out to our evil doppelgangers. I'm just scared how many of you guys are going to be ending up as odd something or other. We won't be able to have normal conversations, you know that? Like, y'all are going to get hit with this too, you know? Okay, so I think... So then this needs to be, wait, oh, right. Okay, so that hooks into there, and then we need this to warp the... And how did I actually end up doing the warp? It was blend into it's literally just called warp. Okay. Yeah, that's what gave it its wibbles, right? Yeah, because the wibbles were before that, and then the warp shit is from here. And I think that's what I copied, right? Yeah, okay, so that's the exact layout of the stuff. All right, so then somehow I have to connect that into a... Okay, here I did a translate, but I don't need to translate. We're just doing a blend? Yeah, it ends in a blend. Okay, so we just blend afterwards. And then we probably turn this shit down.
As shitty and misguided as
Doug's content was cringe, but I was also a cringe teen, so yeah, I mean, that's what I think about Spoonie as well. Like, yeah. Doug Walker is the type of man to walk into an unattended convention room, see an iced Cinnabon, and then eat it without asking. Right. Wasn't that made with, like, Bad Dragon Cum or something weird like that?
those goals may be. Meanwhile, the demo reel pilot is a failure at basically everything it attempts to do. It's a failure of a television pilot, it's a failure of film criticism, it's a failure of narrative, failure of technical production, and a failure of sketch comedy. The only thing I can say in its defense is that it seems like at least the creative team probably enjoyed themselves making it. But, okay, let's step back and break down exactly what's here. So this 2-part, 48-minute long pilot episode of Demo...
What the fuck, man? Why? I don't feel like this is where it gets the wibble wobbles. Where's the wibble wobbling happening? Is that the wibble wobble? Okay, so this is all this shit happening. That ends in that. And then this is like a alternate version of the movement shit. So this warp. Oh. And our warp is doing the same wiggle? Okay, first off, we're just gonna hit oh, actually, Control Z. Yeah, let's go back to that seed so that way it's the same seed. So that way it gets the same wibble wobbles as the thing that it's gonna be in front of, because I think I just stacked this. Also, how fucking thank you for the gift sub to Oddcome. Why not? I wonder how heavy these scripts end up being, because, like, you know, like, while I'm doing this is just like random little bricks being put together, but like this is code, so like that could be a lot of... Is this too many words in a script? Like, do you think that'll be a problem? Hopefully not. We're doing it anyway.
Demo reel, entitled The Dark Knight Begins Rising, focuses primarily on the demo reel team making their own version of the Christopher Nolan Dark Knight trilogy. That's it as far as plot goes. Just introducing the characters and then watching them remake these movies. The episode is structured into 2 easily identifiable parts: black and white footage designed to be mockumentary, covering the demo reel crew, and the color segments, which are usually meant to be the films the team are making. So without much of a plot to really analyze here, let's go ahead and look at the characters, starting in the order they're introduced. First, we have Tacoma Narrows, the writer of the group, and who is supposed to be the comedic straight man. His whole thing is that he's the most competent and self-aware, and you can tell this because he references things like Wuthering Heights, and often knows correct facts about film history and trivia. Next, we have Rebecca Stone, aspiring actress, and finally Donnie Dupre, played by Walker himself, the main director behind the camera, lead actor for most of the projects, and really the brains of Demo Reel. The only other 2 main members of the cast are the potentially offensively accented cameramen. There's Carl Copenhagen, a mysterious and threatening German man, played by Doug's brother Rob, and Quinn, a former member of the IRA. The whole joke with them is that they're ominous and scary and have a dark backstory that probably involves terrorism that they don't reveal, and also that they do funny accents. One of the things that makes this pilot not work is just how completely unlikable and badly written the characters are. Becca is portrayed as pretentious, self-absorbed, and completely full of herself. Her first two big scenes include her talking about a one-woman play she wrote where she portrayed Hamlet as, quote, a woman trapped in a man's body, so that it, quote, makes more sense why he kisses a boy. And her next scene is staging a makeout session with herself and throwing her underwear at the camera, and then afterward a joke that implies that she, content warning animal abuse, stuffed her cat inside of a running washing machine. It's a really great way to write your only prominent woman character on the show. Carl and Quinn, they're offensive cartoon stereotypes. They don't really count as real characters, so we'll disregard them for now. Donnie, who is more or less our main protagonist, is completely insufferable, frequently ignoring the ideas of those around him, being incompetent at his job, putting his own wants and desires over others, and generally just being full of himself.
How is that different than Doug Walker? Oh, yeah.
Doug wants to be a filmmaker. He wants to make art, but he can't because he's a fundamentally incurious person who isn't much interested in what other people think or feel, and all his ideas boil down to, what if Batman met Mario? Doug...
Yeah, actually. Oh, that's more...
His opening scenes has him gloating about...
Also, like, low-key, I feel like I should go and get some food. Is this your vibes? Meme skeleton. So far, I fuck with this. Yeah. That's a great video. Doug isn't that bad. So, okay, like, there's all the stuff that went behind the scenes with, like, the abuse shit. I don't know really enough about that to have, like, any sort of functional take that I feel like would be okay to have. I feel like I am profoundly ignorant in this fact, and I apologize, but I... also can't get this shit to... There we go. Okay, connect to there, then you connect to there, and then you connect to there. Wait, why is that the case? Shouldn't it switch between the two faces? Okay. Okay, I guess sine and cosine don't necessarily do the same thing. So what if we just, like, take this whole thing and multiply it by -1? That should flip it. Because I want them to, like, alternate when they exist. So, like, while one's not there, the other one should be. But then it just doesn't appear. Is it the order that these are? Is that the issue? Or is it just like I fucked this up in some unimaginable way? He's naive, egotistical, but not malicious, but he is incompetent. I agree with that, yeah. I think that that's probably right. I don't think that he's a malicious or evil. I don't think that he's even, like... There are people who get an ego about what they do to the point that they can't even, like, be confronted that what they're doing is kind of shit. Like... The fact that Doug was on an episode of Smiling Friends as himself doing, what was it? I'm the vampire hunter, and I tell you how to hunt vampires so you don't have to, or whatever. Like, he does his thing. He does it, like, bit for bit, like, hello, everyone. It's like, oh, okay. Like, he's got a sense of humor out of himself. So I think that he understands. Would you let Doug act in one of your video games? I don't have a working relationship with him, and I don't really, I don't know as if I need to no. Would you ask Doug Walker to voice a porno? Yes. Do it like okay, hold up. Nature documentary porno, like, so you just like redub over, okay, Doug Walker, I want you to do this. You can have this idea. You don't even have to credit me. I just need this in my life. I want you to nature documentary style. Don't change your voice or anything. Just talk normally. And just describe like it's two animals fucking, mating. That would be the worst shit ever. Hello, I'm the pond. That's so shit. I hate you for that, Ego. Die. Please don't post words like that. I don't think that this is working for some reason. All right, so that means that we got to do the other method of doing this, which is more shit. Yeah, okay, no, we can actually, no, this will actually, I think we can make this work. Let me go get some food, and then I'll come back with some Godot, and we'll listen to the rest of this. The Godot stuff we're doing is all going to be artsy, so it's like stuff that we've already done. I'm just going to make an animation for the mask guy, and then I'm going to stuff it in here into the goop tank, so that way he can be involved. It's not going to be... Yeah, so that needs to be there, and then we need animate. Like, this is going to be a nothing burger of a thing to do. I just need to remember how to make animations, and there we are. Okay, cool. I'm going to go and get some food real quick. Give me like 3 minutes, and then we don't have to worry about ads for like an hour. So I will be right back. 3 minutes of ads. Go stretch, go literally do anything other than sit here and watch the next 3 minutes of ads. Put a timer on or something and go somewhere else. I'll be right back. Music! 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 I'm back. I'm back. I need to get water though. Hello? Are you guys back from the ads yet? Hope not, because I still gotta go get more water. Give me a sec. Alright, I'm back. But for reals now. Welcome back, everybody. Twingmaster is having a breakdown. Don't do that. We're back. Sorry about that. I wanted to get my food together and I forgot to get the water. All that jazz. We're not gonna mess with this. I'm gonna eat. And so to eat, I'm just gonna put this on full screen instead. Big works better for this. Then we can switch back to dual tasking in a minute. How many, how long have we, oh, Orthogonal, thank you for the gift sub to Odd Silence. I'm gonna call you you know what, if I remember what your name was, shut up, this ad is teaching me how to cook potatoes. Oh, that's awesome. But Clarkston Otter, all you would have to change is, you just change your name to Clarkston Otter. Like, you just change 2 letters. How do we submit videos for Media Share? There is a section on the Discord that has it. I'll get it so that way everyone can get in there and look at it. I literally just don't know what I need to do to make it that way.
About how great he is because he uses his wife's money to make his movies, thus supporting women in the workplace because his wife pays all the bills. Yeah, it's clearly meant to be a joke to show how unlikable the character is, but it shows exactly how not to do an unlikable protagonist. See, I've watched my fair share of sitcoms that have characters that aren't perfect people.
So this is chili my wife made. It's better the second day. It's even better the third day. It's chicken chili. It's not super spicy. She got this recipe from our old place she used to work at, and now it's just like, this is the only, there are beans. There are red beans in it, and there's wine, tomatoes, not carrots, corn. It's fucking great. Have you tried the Colombo chili recipe in Peter Falk's book? See, is chili just soup? Stew? Because, I don't know.
Some of my favorite comedies are stuff like Arrested Development, or It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, or The Good Place, but what makes these shows work isn't that the characters are unlikable, but the stories that end up being told with them. Stuff like The Good Place starts with a cast of awful people, but as it goes on, we see their hidden depths and watch as they change and grow over time. Arrested Development's main cast are all spoiled narcissists, but when things get rough, there's a sense of community amongst them that makes you potentially want to see things go well. Plus, you have a legitimately kind of okay character, like George Michael or like Maybe, to balance out the cast. On the other side of things, the cast of Always Sunny remains mostly static disasters over time, but this is balanced out by the plot usually giving them some form of karma. Whatever plan or scheme they develop backfires horribly, and our protagonists are left in a worse spot. Demo Reel's pilot doesn't quite get that. You don't get that sense of karmic satisfaction that you do with stuff like Always Sunny or Seinfeld because there's not much here for the characters to lose. Worst case scenario is that the movie they're making ends up bad, which their previous films have ended up bad and they don't really seem to notice or care. And as for exploring any potential hidden depths or secret goodness in the characters, well, that's something the series will attempt to explore more going on, and whether or not it does so adequately is up to debate.
This sounds so bad. I mean, yeah. I feel like Demo Reel is just a sign of its time, though, because, like, this is what referential humor, we were saying it just a minute ago, it's just the way it is. Do you like the new ad setup now that it's out? I can't tell. I'm gonna run some, we should run numbers on it. Because I feel like I'm getting more new people, but I also can't tell if it's actually, like, helping bring in new people and keep new people. So why don't I just check, we've been doing it for almost a month now. Average viewers did go up as a result of, I mean, like, honestly, it's kind of hard to tell if there was any actual bonus to doing this. Follows. What the fuck? September had 18 follows? That cannot be real. No, it's just not calculating the time right. I don't know. Is it rude to say that I think your viewership isn't higher partly because you're too low-key to keep... I am, the line between am I too low-key for children versus am I just a boring person is one that I walk constantly, and when I'm feeling good about myself, I'm like, oh, I just run the children out. But when I'm feeling shitty about myself, I'm like, I'm boring. I think the truth is somewhere halfway between the two. I'm boring. I'm too boring for children. That is definitely true.
Failure of pilot writing, because
you need more brain rot content. I need a really good definition of brain rot. Because, like, is brain rot just like, it's just nice? Like, you don't have to think too hard, it's kind of shit, but it's okay that it's shit? We need more whack job Wednesdays. We do. I don't know how to find more whack jobs like that. But we should, because they're funny.
Those hidden depths of potential developments aren't clear. Just
if you guys have a recommendation for... Yeah, I know, the cat's crying. We're just gonna... if you guys have a recommendation for a nut job to cover, I'm talking like spirit science kind of nut jobs. Where I don't feel bad making fun of them because they're also garbage people. I had a conversation I had with a friend about you. What did you say? I'm interested. Okay, why don't I set a couple threads? How about I make one for I'm gonna make a new thread. Create thread. This one is gonna be called whack job Whack job. Wednesday. Hi, Abby. Post weird conspiracy shit here. Yeah, a lot of yeah, that's another, yeah. That's good. All right, so having a separate one for that. Maybe I make a separate one for just like, yeah, I'm gonna make another channel here. Just, I don't even know what brain rot means. Can I be real? Skibbity? All right, and then Vinny has a video called Brain Necrosis, which I think is the definition of brain rot. Just post brain rot shit in there. Things that make you feel dumber after watching them. See, I know that that deer anime was called Brain Rot, and it's just like,
from watching the pilot. It's just awful people treating each other awfully until it ends. Tacoma is the closest the series gets to a likable character, but he suffers from the same problem that a lot of comedic straight men struggle with.
Bye,
He's
Abby.
just not funny or entertaining or interesting. He exists so that other characters can make him miserable and he can suffer. See, Doug Walker rather famously has this belief that all comedy is inherently based in misery, that any joke exchange, be it an insult,
do video clips from Twitter account? Yeah, you can throw that in any of those threads. Abby just likes to scream. It means she's cold, she wants to be pet, she wants to be fed, she wants to be held, she wants none of these things, she just wants to announce her existence, she's wondering where her brother is, she's wondering where I am, she's wondering where her mom is. Who knows?
or a fight or even a bad pun relies on one person in the scenario being miserable. It's a rather misguided way to look at things, in my opinion. It explains why Walker's comedy fails so much and feels so stale. The only punchline he can think to make is a character being upset at another character, and that's basically all Tacoma is given here. Oh wait, that's a lie. He is given one scene where he has white face paint on as the Joker, and he has to ask Rebecca if him doing white face makes her uncomfortable.
As a white person, does this offend you? I mean, am I crossing any boundaries or anything? Because...
What do you mean?
I just feel kind of weird dressing up in whiteface in front of a bunch of white people.
Look, if it makes you feel any better, we did just cast you as a cream of wheat making servant who always sides with his rich white master no matter how insane he is.
You know what, you're right. You crackers had it coming.
Yeah, like, that's what I was like, I feel like that was funny. Like, that could have been funny had anyone put any acting into it. And if you had done more with the bit. I think SNL actually has an active series going where, like, they have two news commentators who both try and get the other one to say really fucked up shit by writing their lines for the other person. So the white guy gets the black guy to say, like, really, like, fucked up shit, and then the black guy tries to get the white guy to say really racist shit. It's funny. They're both trying to get each other canceled. It's actually a fairly good bit for SNL. I wonder where they stole it from.
But hey, this behind-the-scenes character stuff is only half of Demaril's first episode. What about the actual film bits? What are those like? And the answer is somehow worse. I alluded to this in the beginning of this rant, but one of the big things here is that Doug Walker just really isn't good at writing this type of comedy. His idea of jokes a lot of the time are just to have characters make pop culture references or say random things or just argue with each other, and sometimes all of those at the same time. Like, take this one scene where Batman goes to mask up for the first time.
All right, Alfred, you can turn around now. Terrifying, isn't it?
No, it's Mario. Why are you dressed like a Mario brother?
Mario scares me. It's time the rest of the world shares my fear.
Nobody's friggin' afraid of Mario. Why are you afraid of Mario?
He's an Italian plumber who steps on turtles. That's rude. And then he kicks them out of their shell, takes their home in blood.
Again, great setup to a joke, just horribly done. Like, the idea is okay. Like, you could have, like, okay, first off, not Mario outfit. Literally pick a different costume. And then, you know, have him do, like, I don't know, he dresses up as, like, a clown. And just be like, yeah, I'm scared of clowns. And then it's like, well, we already have a clown villain here, so it's just going to be weird and fucked up and confusing, and you can't do that, you know? Yeah, this... I mean, it's an obvious joke, but it's like, it reads as comedy. I'm not laughing. Yeah, like, what if he's wearing a bat fursuit? We could write a better joke. The concept isn't bad. It's just...
I don't want that person near my toilets.
The whole pilot is like this. I think what makes the sketch stuff in Demo Reel land so poorly for me, especially in comparison to other Doug Walker produced comedy stuff, is how badly it plays into Demo Reel's main narrative device. Because when you're watching an unfunny sketch in Demo Reel, you're not just watching an unfunny sketch written by Doug Walker, you're watching an unfunny sketch written by Donnie Dupre, written by Doug Walker. And that raises all sorts of questions about characterization, like, from what we know about him at this point in the show, Donnie's approach to filmmaking seems to be one of overly ambitious narcissism and incompetence. In basically all of his behind-the-scenes moments, he comes off as less of a cynical person wanting to tear down films a peg, and more someone who misses the point of why movies work. He's less of a CinemaSins and more of an Ed Wood, if you catch my drift. And either of these characterizations would be fine, but from scene to scene, Doug seems to struggle with what exactly these sketches are supposed to be. Is Dupre the type of person who would add a Fresh Prince musical number called the Supervillain Shuffle to Batman because he thinks it would make it better, or is he someone who makes these things trying to point out plot holes and terrible logic from the source material? Is Dupre...
Thinking about how what the fuck? I don't like it when chat says words sometimes. What is... Okay, I don't want to hear anything about J.K. Rowling or The Amazing Atheist. Why have you come in here and said those words at me? Like, that's a combination of people that I didn't need to hear about. That is like, you've shit and pissed in a sandwich and you've called it... What? Don't look it up? No, I'm looking it up. Amazing Atheist, but nope. Banana Incident is, that... I'm like, wait a minute. What does banana mean? Early life, career, personal life, he's bisexual. Okay. That random fucking shit you find on the Wikipedia page for The Amazing Atheist. Okay. Not Doug Walker, no. The Amazing Atheist is. Which is like, oh, okay. I mean... Kirk has made 2 appearances on the Joe Rogan Experience, once in 2016, then another in 2017. Okay. That's when, like, there was a chance for Joe Rogan to not be shit, and then he kept being shit. Okay. I don't know what the banana story is, and I'm scared to find out. What? Whatever you're thinking, you're right. It's a porno thing you don't want to know. Dark Souls banana butthole. I'm beginning to understand what this is about. All right, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna God, there is a massive temperature difference between upstairs and downstairs. Yeah. You'd get banned off of Twitch and Twitter and YouTube all in once. Can I just ask if it's where's the banana going? Heat rises, sire. I know, it's just wild that it's like a 10-degree difference between upstairs and downstairs. Like, it's cold outside today. It's actually like around freezing for once. The Windows key thing didn't work. Did he shove a banana up his ass? First off, banana is not the ideal thing to shove up your ass. Banana's very known for being squishable. Ass is very known for okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess frozen would work. Why does J.K. Rowling know about that? That would give your colon frostbite? I mean, not my first concern. Not my first concern. Like, that is not even on the list. New animation name, creepy face. Don't shove things up your ass that don't have flavor. Don't put things in your body that you want to come back out, unless if you have a way of getting them back out. Like, if you lose your grip on it, is it going to be a problem?
Is someone who's trying to make an epic, or is he someone trying to make a farce? The fact that Demorail can't seem to decide what it is makes these moments land even worse than if they were just normally unfunny. Demorail in-universe is supposed to be a terrible production company who makes terrible films, so when they point out supposed plot hole issues with The Dark Knight Rises, are we supposed to agree with them and go, yeah, that's a good point? Or are we supposed to think that these three are being dumb and missing the mark? This dissonance isn't really helped by the production value of the show, which... it's bad, but it being bad isn't the problem. No, the problem is that it's bad in the same way that a lot of other channels and productions are. One of the benefits of making a movie or a series about so bad it's good media is that you really get to play into the shittiness of the whole ordeal. When you watch something like Be Kind Rewind, the decision to make it so that the two leads have to remake all the movies in camera on VHS helps add a lot of charm to the whole thing. It places limitations on the characters and forces them to find ways to overcome them in their own amateur productions that makes it really funny to see. Compare stuff like that film doing the Ghostbusters Proton Pack beam by attaching Christmas garland to a fishing line to Doug doing the effects just by using generic lightning animation and After Effects. One of them might technically look better, but one fits the vibe and is more entertaining to see. Plus, by limiting themselves like that, it also makes more of a distinction between the skills of the filmmaker and the skills of the character. Michel Gondry is an incredibly acclaimed director, known for achieving amazing jaw-dropping practical effects in things like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, so seeing him make these scenes where characters are levitating just by laying down and lifting their feet up, or using the negative filter on the camera to simulate day for night, are just fun and charming. It's a good reminder of the joys of filmmaking and the joys of just managing to put something together.
But yeah, I remember the ADHD. Yeah, no, that's good. We just had like aggressive ADHD at each other. Animated sprite, that's what I'm looking for. Select an animated player node in order to... Okay. Animation, sprite, new sprite frames, default. How do I make a new fucking... God damn it. Resource. There we go. Add an image. Nope, not like that. Yeah, exactly. A flared base is to prevent it from going up your ass further. Yeah, no, I was just agreeing with what Raylor is saying. Like, yes, that. That guy's that's not the right one. I've got like a new VAT guys. Did I not save that? This. You use VAT guys for animation. I guarantee you that's not the case, but okay. VAT guys for animation. I see, I fucked it up. That's the problem. New animation, call it default. Rev agreeing with the me that is agreeing with me. We can all just agree with me in that I'm right. VAT guys for animation. Where are you? There he is. Okay, so first off, Jesus fucking Christ, the size of this is massive. 1080 by 1920. There's 3 of them. Boop, boop. These probably didn't need to be this big, but oh well. Also, I need to fix that part, but... The middle one's got big, you got games on your phone energy. That's wonderful. I love that for him. I had Goop as a script. That's not it. Actually, this, and this can all go. Yeah. They're not used anymore. I've got a lot of junk in my, my trunk. Sloshyvats.png, sloshyvat. That guy, water texture. I know we've already got an animation for this. There it is. Yeah. Play animation slosh. Play animation default. Okay, so not shiny is at 90, 60. Can we just set this all to 0, 0? Is that going to be better? Oh, no, that was... I see. I see. That was me fucking it up. All right. Well,
even if you don't really have that much money or resources. Demo Reel, on the other hand, doesn't have this going for it because it looks exactly like every single other time Doug Walker does something like this. It has the same visual effects as Walker's magnum opus from that year, To Boldly Flee, and it looks very similar to even his most recent efforts on the Nostalgia Critic. You can tell because I've been secretly putting in Nostalgia Critic footage here just to see if people would notice. It's all the same shit. Doug Walker and his company wearing badly fitting and cheap looking Halloween costumes, standing in front of a green screen with some generic stock background. And it does look bad, but not charmingly bad. It makes it hard to really figure out how to decipher these scenes. Like, here's a shot that's badly out of focus. Here's a shot with a really butt ugly color grading. Was that done intentionally to play into the incompetence angle of Demo Reel, or is that just how Walker makes things and he's just that incompetent? And the answer is almost certainly the latter, at least from my point of view.
Yeah.
There's not even too many jokes about the actual act of making a production. There's really only one scene that touches on it, an extended bit where Donnie can't find one of his gloves that he uses for his Batman outfit, and they have to discuss what to do, either find another glove or make up an excuse for Batman to have only one glove. It's, I wouldn't say a funny scene, but it's certainly better than most of the others here just by virtue of seeming to actually play into the premise. There's another bit where Doug loses Tacoma's vocals for his Joker verse in the Supervillain Shuffle musical number, and without much time left, has to redub it using his own voice. This joke lands with a thud, though, primarily because we see the Supervillain Shuffle with the redub before we get the explanation for the redub. And said explanation was given in a post-credit while the camera is putting focus on this ominous letter by the Swede filmmaking organization. But also because Doug doing things like dubbing his own Joker and Bane impression because he thinks they're great just seems like a likely thing for him to do. I mean, he dubbed in his own voice for the mafioso guy who apparently owns the Demo Reel warehouse, and that's not part of the in-production. It's strange to me because there are a lot...
I was watching Dark Side Hospital yesterday, and that's masterclass on what? How's the mask? I think it's working now. We'll have to check. I don't even know if I like the aesthetic that it's got. One other thing I think I need to do before it's all said and done. Also, we've got the weird screen reach, and we need to switch to this one. Also, it looks like there might be something on the... Not that you can really fucking tell with as tiny as that camera is in the corner there, but... Oh, right, but I completely forgot to stop. Like, I got halfway through telling you about Little Trouble in Big Chinatown. That movie is amazing. It's stupid as shit. Please go watch it. It was my first time watching it, and it was the funniest goddamn thing that I think I've seen in a while. Unabashedly bad at everything it tries to do. Oh, interesting. Very bizarre. Actually, this thing is... Okay. That goes here, and then this... Okay, now can you mask this clip only? Okay, and then they're both going to be playing the animation, but at the same time, this one is also going to strobe the fuck out with some random shit. Material, assets, shiny. All right. Okay, so that looks awful. I honestly think I could maybe just put it here. Like behind the other layers, and it would look pretty okay. Oh, how weird. Stomach's just killing me today. Anyway. I'm gonna fuck with this on the sidebar and see if I can get something I like.
Possibilities that can come from trying to make a movie. It's a hectic and strange experience with a lot of things that could potentially go wrong, and the series just plays to absolutely none of that. Like, far be it from me to try to improve demo reel, but like, there's a joke where the main villains in the Dark Knight trilogy remake have their supervillain lair in the back of an Arby's. You know, the series actually cared about how productions work. There could be a funny bit there, like maybe the demo reel crew are limited to filming locations they can use, and the only one they have free access to is an Arby's a friend works at. Or
kind of reminds me of Hexadecimal based on how it's animated. You're not the first person to say that.
Screen. But no, the reason why the supervillains hang out in Arby's is because Arby's is bad and expensive and nobody goes there, and they're not even filming in an Arby's or anything that looks like...
Also, like, the way he's holding that gun is so wrong. I know it's a prop gun, but, like... Trigger discipline. I'm getting Hilux vibes.
In Arby's, they're just standing in front of a wall.
I think it's because it's kind of clayish.
In the script, even the black and white sections have issues. I find like they generally look better than the sketch part of the show by virtue of black and white footage, but there's still things like weird camera angles because the decision to go all in on the handheld style in this genuine sense that there wasn't any real thought to creating actual setups. The end result is that you get this weird concept of spacing between shots it's not wrong, it's just off.
I love how you made it look like...
So yeah, that first episode of Demo Reel, it's bad. Very bad. It's overlong, sloppy, and worst of all, unfunny. And the fan backlash was swift and severe. Sure, there were some people who liked it, but for the most part, the premiere was met with disinterest at best, outright disdain at worst. So much so that on what should have been the second episode's release date, Doug instead put out a video called Where the Hell is Demo Reel? He explained how episodes 1 and 2 were originally shot back to back, and after looking at them and the response to the pilot, he decided to shelf the original second episode, which focused on Transformers. This episode wasn't shown to the public until after Demo Reel's cancellation as a DVD bonus feature. I don't have much to say about this one. It carries a lot of the same issues as the first episode. The main thing I can say here is that it's a bit more ambitious, and that it's Doug's attempt to handle the topics of sexism and racism.
Tacoma said he wrote the Megan Fox character as a smart, badass girl with dreams of joining the CIA as a weapons specialist.
Yeah.
And you crossed that out and changed it to whore.
Well, how do you think I feel? You? Yeah. I mean, do you have any idea how racially insensitive Shia LaBeouf is to white people?
The thing is, like, I don't think Doug was trying to do anything bad here. Like, I think that he was actually trying to make something good, which is what I feel like that's what the worst part of Doug is like, he's just kind of unfortunate, you know? We may not need Vault Guy anymore. Or VAT Guy anymore. I think I should have like a process that like switches between opacity. Is that something I can actually like export or get access to? Like, is opacity a thing on this? Because I'm thinking I literally just have sin times modulate. Yeah, okay. So I can fuck with this in order to get that to happen. So, Bob, modulate. Can I get more specific and be like, I just want this part of it? Maybe I just connect it to a timer or something. By the way, we're not giving up on working on the card game portion, but I figure what I actually need to do is I need to go through the trouble of fixing the one. I'm just gonna redo the example in its own area that has the drag and drop thing and see if I can get it to work. If it does, then it's great. The
What's weird is that this is treated as obviously a character flaw for Donnie, but he doesn't really like learn a lesson or anything. The characters call him out on being sexist and racist, but the episode just moves on without really showing if Donnie has learned to not be sexist and racist. Weird, huh? This whole situation with shelving the episode and having to do quick damage control after the series premiere would have been avoided if Doug Walker treated demo reel like, you know, an actual series. In the Where the Hell is Demo Reel video, Doug jokes that at the very least this isn't like a TV show where 8 or 9 episodes are already shot and you can catch it early in the game, and he's not wrong, but it's also not a good comparison because most TV shows have a pilot made for a reason. Like, I don't know if Doug realizes this, but generally speaking, shows have their pilots written and filmed before a studio is even committed to a season order, and they're shown either publicly or internally before the show actually airs so that networks and creatives can see if the show works.
I think the problem is that the cards don't have the rigid body 2D node in them. That could be entirely it. Because I think that it's trying to look for rigid bodies. I'm really scared to fuck with this and change that to a rigid body. So we're not gonna right now, but I would not be surprised if that was the answer.
Changed. Demo Reel, meanwhile, was seemingly worked on only after the Nostalgia Critic was over and immediately placed in a primetime slot, meaning any course correction at this point was going to be very public, very messy, and have more detrimental side effects than if they had just had the pilot prepared earlier and took more efforts to ensure its quality. Also, side note, but before we move on, there is one part I feel like I have to mention. So to make up for the 2-week production schedule, weeks where new episodes of Demo Reel didn't air were supposed to have these small shorts that viewers could watch instead. This really didn't end up happening, though. Only 2 shorts seem to have ever come out, one of which was just a skit about Bane ordering Arby's, which seems to have been lost to time, but I swear existed. And the other one is called Demo Reel annoys Rob Paulsen. The whole premise of the short is that Donnie is at a con, knows that famous voice actor Rob Paulsen is there, and he tries to chase him down. Hijinks ensue. It's harmless, it's not the worst, it's passable, but there's something about it that bugs me. So like, maybe I'm too deep into things, but the joke here seems obvious, right? Like, Donnie is an inspiring filmmaker wanting to create buzz for his films and company. Rob Paulsen is a famous and talented voice actor. Donnie is chasing Rob around because he wants Rob to be in one of his movies, right?
Right.
Like, that's the clear joke to go with here, right? But
yeah.
No. It turns out the reason why he's chasing Rob Paulsen is because he wants Rob to perform Yakko's World from Animaniacs.
What?
That's it.
What?
I bring this up because it shows that Doug is just failing to really figure out who Donnie is as a character or really take advantage of the premise of his own series. He's not writing for Donnie, he's writing for... Well, let's just say there's a moment here where Donnie yells,
Paulsen! You will indulge my childish nostalgia!
Despite doing everything in his power to kill the Nostalgia Critic, it's clear that Doug Walker hasn't really stopped writing for the Nostalgia Critic. Fucking hell, we're only now getting to episode 2.
Oh God. Huh? They
So to
made
give
3
you some
of these?
context on the release schedule, the first episode of Demo Reel was uploaded October 30th, right before Halloween, and the official second episode was uploaded almost a month later and is a Thanksgiving special. For what it's worth,
I
the
need to
second
clean
episode
up
does
some
have
of
a
that,
noticeable
but
improvement over the first, and that actually tries to give our characters some character. It starts off with the team discussing their Thanksgiving plans and trying to arrange something, only for it to fall through. It's here that we finally get some backstory into our leads. We find out that Tacoma won a Pulitzer Prize immediately after graduating college for publishing an expose on a jockstrap Ponzi scheme operated by his father, and for some reason just hasn't gotten work since. It's the most absurd, sad backstory they could come up with, and yet I guess we're playing it totally straight. Okay. Also, there's this line that implies that Rebecca is supposed to be 42. Is that right? Am I interpreting this right?
Oh, some people take a while to figure out what job is right for them.
That's what I said, but apparently 42 is their limit.
This stuff is flawed, but it's something,
The
and at the very
fuck?
least adds some emotions to the world of Demo Reel. And then they decide to feed Rebecca sugar so that she can be energetic for their Wreck-It Ralph and Angry Birds crossover movie, while also attaching a GoPro to a vampire turkey that's roaming around the office. Yeah, so it's not long until we're back on the same old, same old. There's not really much worth discussing here in the later part of the episode, if I'm being honest. I mean...
What the fuck was... Also, Rebecca Sugar. Like, not just they use those words. As they don't mean Rebecca Sugar, no.
There is one big thing, but I'll save it for later because it's a lot. As for now, we just see more green screen and more Halloween costumes, and then Rebecca beats up the turkey and blood splatters everywhere as stock gunshot noises play, and it's Demo Reel. What's weird is that despite this episode being, in my opinion, at least slightly better than the first, the comments on its original upload are way harsher. With the pilot, there were defenders and people into it, but I think now, with the series having sat with people for almost a month and seeing 2 examples of how badly it's going, even Doug's biggest fans were jumping off ship and fast. It's clear that something still wasn't quite working. Anyway, strap in because that was the last normal episode of Demo Reel we're going to get. The third episode of Demo Reel starts off normal enough with a shitty green screen parody of Skyfall. It's a shallow parody that tries to fix the supposed plot holes of the original, and by this point you're probably asking yourself,
why are we mocking the movies we're claiming to be making better?
Huh.
What?
Yeah, so there's some semblance of self-awareness going on here finally, and I'm not sure how to feel about it. Like, spoilers, but trying to figure out why Donnie is so dead set on insulting movies is going to be a major story arc for the rest of Demo Reel, and that's not a bad idea to follow, but it's hard to tell exactly how we got here to this moment. Was this a storyline that was planned from the start, or was this written in to respond to complaints and criticisms? I mean, either way, it feels like a case of bad writing, because said parody segments weren't funny or entertaining in the first place, and up until this point, there was no foreshadowing or hints that this would even be a deliberate angle. It's sloppy, and at this moment in the show, feels too late to address the core issues. If anything, because most people who were bothered by the parody focus on Demo Reel already stopped watching. Also, I just want to place focus on this scene because, like, it's a really perfect example of how not great Doug is at serious acting. Like, it feels like a student film.
We're not making them fun. We're making fun of them. You're killing the very things that you love.
Yeah, well, maybe they had it coming.
They? Who are you talking about?
You're the investigative journalist. You figure it out.
I love every drama scene on a Doug Walker production because you can practically see the blocks on the script where he says, this one is a serious scene. Everything from this point on in Demo Reel is...
He does that, though. I think that the issue is, like, you really need to not mix serious with funny. Like, you can't do both, and it's unfortunate, but, like, a majority of people do seem to... There are a lot of content creators from this time era that were trying to do that as a thing, and it was not the right choice. XKCD, not XKCD, what's the one with Loss? You can, but it's hard. I think it's easier to do comedy and a serious thing than the other way around. There's that episode of Breaking Bad where after having multiple episodes where they're being chased down by gangsters and shit, Control Delete, thank you. They have one episode where it's like Walter just chases a fly around a place for a while. Like that's the whole bit. That's the whole episode, is just him chasing a fly. Rather than like, and it's fucking hilarious because of just how dark everything has been up until that point. Like, at this point, he's killed several people, like, actively and disposed of bodies with, like, acid and shit. Worst episode of the series? I liked it for what it was. I liked that episode as a just, like, there's this random mundaneness to the weird shit he's having to deal with, you know? I feel like it's harder to do serious shit halfway into a comedy. It feels a little bit more, because like with Breaking Bad, it's just, or any of those really serious things like that, you end up like, The Fly was a metaphor. See, I don't remember this series well enough, but like, it needed some levity because I feel like it was like, was that the only thing in the episode? Like, I think that was like the main thing in the episode. the pizza scene is fucking hilarious, and it's what makes it so funny is how horrible and serious everything else in that series is. And then he just like yeets the pizza on the roof, and he's like, motherfucker, and he can't get it down, and it's like a problem for him now. Like, that's so good. All right, are you going to allow me to... I need to be able to edit one of these. And I forget how you do that with this. Okay, that's how you do that with this part. It's weird. All right. Anyway.
Going to be a bit different. That Skyfall parody scene, that's the last movie parody scene we're going to be getting. Kind of. Okay, so the basic premise of this episode is that Donnie goes to an anime convention in order to do a parody version of Lost in Translation. However, once it comes time to go to the hotel, he finds that his heart really isn't in it, and he finds himself taken into a deep depression. What follows is a different type of film parody. Rather than being presented as an actual scripted in-universe thing, we instead see Donnie live out his own rendition of Lost in Translation with internet personality Uncle Yo. The two bond and discuss their lives in geek culture and drink together and connect. This does get complicated when Donnie fucks Ego Raptor from Game Grumps, but in the end...
What? What the fuck was that?
Donnie and Uncle Yo agree to patch things off and leave each other amicably. It's an interesting way to go about it because what we see here isn't played up for comedy so much. Like, there are certainly jokes here and stuff that's clearly meant to be funny, but for the most part, the main focus is on Donnie's unhappiness, his desire to fit in, his uncomfortableness whenever his past is brought up. Even the fact that this episode focuses on a male-male relationship isn't played up as some sort of no-homo joke. Like, it's never fully confirmed to be a romantic attraction, but they are paralleling their relationship with a canon heterosexual romance and treating it seriously. It does basically seem like Donnie fucks Ego Raptor from Game Grumps. In a way,
What?
it is kind of admirable.
Failed to save.
I will give Doug Walker exactly 1 point for actually seeming to have his character be bisexual and not be a punchline. However, the setting of this episode really does highlight the technical flaws even more. Like, I get that this is supposed to be essentially a vlog at this point, but using the on-camera mic inside of a crowded hotel really makes it sound like shit. Like, it actually feels like I'm watching an anime con vlog, and I don't mean that as a compliment. But I hope Walker disclosed to people in this convention that they were going to be featured in an episode of the online web series. I doubt he did, but I can hope. Also, in the subject of production stuff, can we talk about this night vision filter? Because, good lord, what is up with this? What?
See, here's the thing. The mistakes that he's making with video editing is shit I would do, and I don't claim to be, like, a film guy. Like, film stuff, like how to do shot composition as an artist person, I love it. But I am not that... I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to movies. I don't like them enough. Just make the screen green or whatever. I wouldn't know how to do a proper, like, green screen effect. I would fuck it up, and it would look bad. You know? But I have the excuse that, like, I don't really see myself as much of, like, an auteur or whatever. The slow change from comedy to drama, then it works. I think that, I mean, is that what a lot of, like, Adventure Time, Steven Universe, a lot of that shit did? It does, like, it's... I don't know.
Why does it look like this? Why did you shoot the scene this way? Oh yeah, I guess I should talk about the B-plot of the episode. So you may be wondering, if Donnie is alone at the convention, then what are Tacoma and Rebecca doing? And the answer is getting kidnapped by Swag. Okay, I should explain. I've been holding off on talking about this part of the series because honestly I just didn't want to, but we're at the point where it's unavoidable. Okay, so the big plot arc for this season of Demo Reel revolves around the team getting threatened by a group known as the Swede Actors Guild, aka SWAG, who represent fans of the movie Be Kind Rewind, who are worried that Demo Reel's actions make the rest of the Swede filmmaking community look bad. Swede being the word that the characters in Be Kind Rewind used to refer to their remade movies. So the heads of SWAG decide to keep threatening Demo Reel, and y'all, this is the dumbest shit. Anyway, Tacoma gets an ominous phone call that makes it seem like Rebecca's been kidnapped by SWAG, so he goes to check up on her and ends up walking down the street while a random car keeps falling behind him, only for a mysterious man in a white mask to get out and stuff him in the car. And I don't know if Doug realizes how scary this scenario actually is, and that years later something like this would be done almost identically and played for horror and Get Out. And then we cut back to the Demo Reel office where Rebecca and Quinn are, and then Tacoma shows back up covered in what everyone thinks is blood, which which they then eat, and prompts Rebecca to call him, quote, one tasty black man. No shit, that actually happens. And then it turns out that Swags kidnapped him and pelted him with Swedish pancakes because Sweden, I guess. And then Quinn suggests that they handle the situation with guns and alcohol because Irish, I guess. And then they start drinking, and then to connect the two plots together, the episode ends with Donnie getting in his taxi to go home, except it's not an actual taxi, but instead a car driven by Swag member who holds him at gunpoint with a stock gun cocking sound effect. Yeah, it sucks. It fucking sucks. I'll have more to say on the Swag subplot as it goes on, but it's fucking dumb and shows some of the worst of what Demo Reel has to offer. Which is a shame, because the Donnie plot of this episode is honestly mostly fine. Like, it still suffers from a lot of the issues that Doug Walker stuff tends to, and I wouldn't necessarily call it good, but it does have a bit more sentimentality and actual emotion put into it. It feels like the closest Demo Reel ever gets to matching the lofty ambitions that Walker has for this project in his head, and kind of by default ends up being the best episode of Demo Reel, which, yeah, that's a low bar, but after watching 2, technically 3, episodes of bad comedy, it's nice to see something different, subpar drama, which is a zone that Demo Reel is going to exist in for the rest of its run.
Can you crap the plot of fucking Doug Walker's Demo Reel? As far as he's trying to do, he's trying to make a series about a guy trying to make better versions of movies, but then he can't do it because he's shit. But the thing is that, like, Doug himself is not just a parody, or the character he's playing is not just a parody of Doug. It pretty much fucking is Doug. And so it's like completely, you can't tell where active decisions happen and bad, like he's not actually good at what he's doing. Like, again, I know I'm not good at video shit. Like, I admit that. Like, literally someone on 4chan said, hey, did you know if you put the camera above eye level, it'll look better? And it does. I need to shift it over so that way it's, like, more straight on with me. But, like, yeah, for, like, what I was able to set up in, like, 5 seconds before stream, it does look better. Some random dude on 4chan knows how to do, like, video shit better than me. Or at least camera work, you know? I'm not gonna claim that I understand this shit. I know when it's wrong. Doug Walker is like a character out of a Greek tragedy. He wants to create, but he's only capable of criticizing others' work. I think part of the reason that he's only able to criticize other people's work is because criticizing people's work is easier than actually making work. And more, no, I'm not reading any more of the forum posts. I was just thinking about it. There were like 20 something posts on someone going like, hey, why did Rev not pick up when other, all of his friends like shot off into like the stratosphere with numbers? And I'm like, that's a great question. I wonder that too, and some of it was technical shit, and the technical shit, I just don't even know where to look to get good. Oh, I listen, everyone else is taking this this thread way harder than me. Like, everyone's like, I'm so sorry you had to deal with that people on 4chan said that you were stupid and gay or whatever. That's just awful. I can't believe that, people would say that. And it's just like, yeah, but it's some random shit on 4chan. I don't fucking care what rando on 4chan says about me. Like, I occasionally do need to be told what I'm doing is stupid, or it's not fun, or it's not good, and I don't know how to, like, I don't really like it popping like that. Oh, but back to giving criticism. You don't actually, like, the problem with Doug, and I'm not going to say this about all of his work, but at least with The Wall, it seemed like he wasn't able to... Yeah, I mean, the criticism was all shitty criticism. It was, like, just awful. Like, they didn't format it in a, like, we're going to be helpful and try and help Rev here. It was like, no, we're going to actively, like, tell Rev he sucks, and we're going to point out how much I hate him and all that kind of shit. But, like, if I just didn't read the bit where it was that, then it was fine, So, what if the frame rate's even slower and the frame duration is like super long? Oh, that's weird. I don't know if I can like randomize this. I had I have the tank fluid set. It's actually in the background going around him, but I'd like there to be like a main face that you can see a little bit better. Is it probably possible to make the frame rate random? I don't know. Insert control character. Oh. Yes. Yes, I don't know how to do it though. But I think that what I'm trying to say about Doug is that like the guy isn't good at creating, so his critiques, or he's not good at critiques, so his creations aren't good because he can't think of why things are good or bad in the, like he can't adequately explain or deconstruct shit. He doesn't really know what's going on. He's heard some like shit that people have said, and I'm sure that he's right on some of that. But like, I don't know. I don't think that someone who is able to put something together like The Wall by Doug Walker, with the takes being so incredibly just not in the same universe as the thing he's trying to critique. Dude, he wrote a video saying it's not funny unless if someone's suffering. I do like that kind of comedy, but it's not the only kind of comedy. There are other jokes.
Yay. Gonna be honest, not a lot to say about this one. It continues the streak of demo reel moving on to more character study than sketch comedy, though this one is definitely trying more humor than the last one. As the name implies, this episode parodies both the Blair Witch Project and The Hangover. This is achieved by focusing on Donnie, now abandoned by Swag out in the woods, trying to survive while Tacoma and Rebecca
Knife party!
To work through their hangover and figure out what happened in the studio the last few days while they were drunk. It's a whole thing. The Donnie stuff in this episode is complete filler, and there's no sense wasting too much time on it. It's just Doug putting his usual stick of being loud and whiny and playing everything up for 11 in the woods, running away from a creepy girl, and then ending up at a log cabin where they parody the end of Blair Witch, and then he gets hit with a shovel and knocked out. It's not really funny, nor does it really further Donnie's journey as a character. If anything, it kind of reduces it, since it shows that Doug doesn't really have any defined characterization for him that makes him differ from any of Walker's other personas. It's fucking weak. The Tacoma and Rebecca plot is at least a little more something. I wouldn't call it good. There's a lot of very dumb humor and out-of-place cartoonish stuff, like, hey, the building the demo reel films in is owned by a mafioso, and then the mafioso comes and drinks with them, and of course he talks like a mafioso parody. There's one moment here that really does stand out, though. Rebecca has this extended scene where she talks about how terrible Hollywood treats women and how little talent plays into things.
Oh, Rebecca, you're a lot more talented than I previously...
Okay, hold on. Before we do that, I'm going to mess with this for a sec because I just don't want to hear the words that I'm about to hear, I'm sure of it. So on this one, we're going to do the visibility thing where we clip again. This is not great. All right, process, visibility, texture, material. I'm just going to see if I can get any material at all to work on this guy. Like, I like how it's like almost mimicking the color shit, but this is like not the right one for this. Like I think we got to edit that one so that way it doesn't have I mean, yeah, it's just not gonna work like that. Like, I want this face to just kind of like fade in and out. I think that I legitimately I am going to just start using shaders to make up for the fact that I don't know how to do animation, because this program is so incredibly powerful that I don't actually have to know what I'm doing in other aspects. Is this a crutch? Yes, shut up. Blend? Will it blend? Reference as old as a Nostalgia Critic video and happened about the same time. They're very performance. Oh, I'm glad they're performance efficient, because I'm making some fucking shaders that are just wild. I'm thinking about doing something like I was talking about doing some like river, like rocks where like the waves hit but the waves always, like the animations for shaders always, unless if there's some way to get the random thing to work, which I'm sure there is, but like I don't know how. Okay, image. Just gonna have this image as the thing for a minute, and then we're just gonna have it duck in and out based on sign times time. Apply. Okay. And then I guess we need to make it so that way it never hits 0. If it is just sin, what does that do? I think it still has to be time. Oh, that sounds very good, Eulator. That sounds exactly like my shit right now.
We thought.
Why is it making you do
well,
trig? I don't know.
I'm not as dumb as you guys all think that I am.
I never said that you were dumb.
I know it, but I can tell. Everybody thinks that about me.
I don't, for one.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Like, it's not your fault. Anyone who first meets me really thinks that, and then they don't get a chance to actually see if I can do anything or have opinions or...
I think it's just an actress thing. People just assume that because you're going into the world of acting, they think it's an easy out.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you'd think that talent would be something that mattered when you're trying to get cast, but it really doesn't. Like, if you're pretty, that's great. If you're dumb, that's even better, because then you don't have an opinion or you don't have an idea of how you want to do the role.
There's plenty of actresses who aren't traditionally attractive. Look at Kathy Bates.
Character actress. She plays psychos and smarmy bitches.
Honestly, on its own, it's a pretty solid scene. Apparently, when it came to stuff like this, Doug allowed the actors to add their own lines and improvise as they saw fit, and I can tell because this really does feel like Rebecca's actress just really venting about her own frustrations with the casting system.
Yeah, I mean, what she's saying is real shit, I think.
I mean, what it means
sounds
to be an
right
actor.
to me.
It's probably the best scene of commentary Demo Reel actually has. I still do have issues with the scene, though, mainly as they extend to stuff outside of it. For example, this whole thing of, like, everyone assumes I'm dumb doesn't really mesh with the way Doug wrote her earlier in the series. Like, it feels off to spend the first half of your show making jokes about how dumb and out of touch Rebecca is, and then go like, wow, it's really fucked up how everyone just assumes I'm dumb. Like, if you want your character to have...
Yeah, maybe make her play dumb, bimbo-y kind of characters and go, man, this fucking sucks ass that I have to go through this. Like, literally just, like, make it weird and gross and then go, I hate that this is happening. That would be the way to do it if you wanted to be a serious guy about this and make it, like, all serious sounding. But if you just kind of don't give a shit, then you do whatever Dog Walker's doing, I guess. I'm not sure... okay, oh, right, I forgot about Absolute. God, that is exactly what I needed. I needed something like that. Thank you. Because I want it to not go below 0, because it's hitting below 0, and that's why it gets the negative, like, version of itself. Okay, So that, but like, we need to like multiply it by like -1 for some reason. I don't know why. Times -1. Okay.
Depths. You need to make it a point that they have those depths beforehand, otherwise you're criticizing the audience for reacting to characterization that you gave them. Also, it's not helped by Doug later admitting that when it came to writing for the same actress, Rachel, on the Nostalgia Critic reboot, he would always make sure to write her as dumb and mean as possible. Yeah. Another reason why this doesn't sit right with me is because it ties into one of the biggest problems whenever Demoreel tries to address social commentary or any serious issue for that matter. Characters will express their frustrations with how they're being treated or seen or their backstories or whatever, and then that's it. The episode will just continue on without characters really commenting on it, without it really influencing the plot or the way things work. It's like Doug seems to think that the way you do dramatic character writing is having a character just simply express what's bothering them and that's it. But there's a serious difference between acknowledging something and addressing something. That's as good of a segue as any to lead us into the season 1 finale for Demoreel, Blue Patches. Oh boy. So here we are. Blue Patches. The final episode of Demoreel. Well, final normal episode of Demoreel at least. It's finally time to see all the character arcs finished, all the storylines draw to a close, and for Doug to bring everything full circle. How does he do?
Yeah.
Okay. So, the episode revolves around 2 plots. One in which Rebecca and Tacoma finally learn the secrets to Donnie's past and what they did over the last few days. The other in which Donnie is held hostage by a threatening family in a wood cabin who drug him and recognize him because they're fans of his prior work and... Okay.
What?
Okay. I can't believe I have to do this for the dumb Doug Walker movie parody show, but content warning: suicide, mental illness, and sexual abuse. If any of these things are potentially upsetting to you, please skip ahead to this point in the time code. I am not kidding. Please do. Okay, so in order to talk about Donnie Dupree's backstory, we need to talk about 2 famous actors in Hollywood. Jake Lloyd was a child actor who got his big break starring in successful films like Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, and Jingle All the Way. Despite being only 5 when he began acting and only 8 when he portrayed Anakin Skywalker in Phantom Menace, Lloyd received a lot of backlash from the general public. The bullying got so bad that Lloyd decided to retire from acting in 2001 at the age of 11.
Okay. Can we just talk about how that was fucked that, like, that happened? I feel sad for anyone who worked on the prequels. Like, you had a shit job. Like, you were fighting uphill and being taken down while you were on your way. Like, there was not a good chance for you to not fuck this up. A grayscale of the original image. So when it's a grayscale, you're going to be a grayscale, right? So, like,
because he kept getting harassed by people at his school and the media. The bullying didn't really stop, especially as internet nerd culture really started to get big, and in 2015, after physically assaulting his mother, it was revealed that Lloyd had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, which he is still struggling with to this day. Elizabeth Hartman was a stage and screen actress who first got her start with an Academy Award-nominated performance in a film called A Patch of Blue, in which she plays a blind woman who falls in love with a black man in 1960s America. What followed was a series of equally acclaimed performances working with famous directors like Francis Ford Coppola and Don Siegel and voicing Mrs. Brisby in Secret of Nim. Unfortunately, that would be her final role. Hartman struggled with depression for most of her life and decided to retire to focus on her mental health. Sadly, a few years later, Hartman would commit suicide by jumping out of a window. Now, let's talk about Donnie Dupree's backstory. Donnie's real name is actually Jimmy Boyd. He was a child actor who got...
Okay, hold on 1 second before we get into whatever we're about to hear. Again, this sounds like it's gonna be rough as shit, y'all. Be ready for whatever the fuck this is. You're about to hear a child actor having to go through some real shit and his supposed friend not giving a fuck while that's happening. I have a feeling that's where this is anyway. Paste? Can we make it work? Can we make this goddamn shit actually work? Material, clip only. Just make it the... Why did you make it? Why do they make it small? Like, what is that? Okay, so then we hit play with this one. But can they be on the same sync? Hey, about the shaders you're using, is the code HLSL? I know what those words mean. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. If there is a way I can check that information for you, what's the effect you're trying to do? This one, I just want to have this guy fade in and out, and I'm not sure the best way of doing that. Trying to do it as an animated sprite did not work because it just doesn't... I needed to fade in and out. Godot uses his own shading language. Yeah, you can save this as a bunch of different things. You can export it as for Godot, Unity, or Unreal.
Famous for starring in such films like Jingle Cells and Galaxy Battle. His performances in these movies were so bad that he got bullied relentlessly for them and lived in shame and changed his name. His mother was also a Hollywood personality.
Jesus fucking Christ, really?
By the name of Alyssa Huffman. Huffman got her start to fame in an Academy Award-nominated performance in a film called Blue Patches, in which she plays a blind woman who falls in love with a black man in 1960s America. However, after years of not getting work because she was considered too old, plus years of struggling with depression, Huffman committed suicide by jumping out of a window. Alright, so this is quite a jump in subject matter.
What? Whoa. I don't understand.
There's a serious difference between acknowledging something and addressing something. That's as good of a segue as any to lead us into the season 1 finale for Demo Reel, Blue Patches. Oh boy. So here we are. Blue Patches, the final episode of Demo Reel. Well, final normal episode of Demo Reel at least. It's finally time to see all the character arcs finished, all the storylines draw to a close, and for Doug to bring everything full circle. How does he do? Okay. So, the episode revolves around two plots, one in which Rebecca and Tacoma finally learn the secrets to Donnie's past and what they did over the last few days, the other in which Donnie is held hostage by a threatening family in a wood cabin who drug him and recognize him because they're fans of his prior work, and... Okay. I can't believe I have to do this for the dumb Doug Walker movie parody show, but content warning: suicide, mental illness, and sexual abuse. If any of these things are potentially upsetting to you, please skip ahead to this point in the time code. I am not kidding. Please do. Okay, so in order to talk about Donnie Dupree's backstory, we need to talk about two famous actors in Hollywood. Jake Lloyd was a child actor who got his big break starring in successful films like Star Wars Episode 4, really started working with famous directors like
Okay, so wait. Is the... I don't know this gentleman's name, but the black man who is with him, is that guy actually somehow related to these people, or are we just doing that bit as a bit?
Big. And in 2015, after physically assaulting his mother, it was revealed that Lloyd had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, which he is still struggling with to this day. Elizabeth Hartman was a stage and screen actress
Math
who first
node
got her start
on
with
ping
an Academy
pong.
Award-nominated performance in a film called A Patch of Blue, in which she plays a blind woman who falls in love with a black man in 1960s America. What followed
Where
was a
A
series of
equals
equally acclaimed
time.
performances working with famous directors like Francis Ford
I don't know how to
Coppola
do
and Tom
the
Siegel
ping
and voicing
pong,
Mrs. Brisby
but
and
A
Secret
equals
Men.
time
Unfortunately,
and
that
B
would be
equals
her final
1.
role. Hartman struggled with depression for most of her life and decided to retire to focus on her mental health. Sadly, a few years later, Hartman would commit suicide by jumping out of a window. Now let's talk about Donnie Dupre's backstory. Donnie's real name is actually Jimmy Boyd. He was a...
Donnie's real name is Jimmy Boyd. Who is... I'm getting confused. Okay.
a child actor who got famous for starring in such films like Jingle Cells and Galaxy.
Okay, so this is a fake person they've made up that was in these things. Donnie is the character that Doug plays. Okay, I missed that bit, and I'm like, did you actually hire someone?
Battle. His performances in these movies were so bad that he got bullied relentlessly for them and lived in shame and changed his name. His mother was also a Hollywood personality by the name of Alyssa Huffman. Huffman got her start to fame in an Academy Award-nominated performance in a film called Blue Patches, in which she plays a blind woman who falls in love with a black man in 1960s America. However, after years of not getting work because she was considered too old, plus years of struggling with depression, Huffman committed suicide by jumping out of a window. Alright, so this is quite a jump in subject matter. And it's not one I'm fully comfortable with. On one hand, I can see why Doug would want to talk about this stuff. The man has spent most of his professional career at this point making fun of others and is starting to feel bad about it. Channeling Jake Lloyd's story makes sense if you consider that Walker once spent a considerable amount of time making fun of Lloyd in his Jingle All the Way review, and it's totally understandable for him to regret that and want to raise awareness over honestly reprehensible behavior. In the same spirit, I can understand...
Yeah, the long and short is that he heavily based this character. Okay. Did I not know the protagonist's name? It just did not. It just went in one ear and out the other. Like, I didn't really care. What is happening here? Why are you yellow? Like, why does it go yellow when it has nothing to work with? Remember to set the ping pong mode? I don't know how to... I don't know what you... Oh, it's literally called ping pong. Okay, and then we have that set to that. Okay, I have no idea what you've done, but this is absolutely the correct answer. So thank you for that. Times 0.05. Slow the fuck down. Okay, maybe not that slow. Maybe like 25... Yeah, there we go.
And at least on the surface...
We're watching the video more than Rev is. No, I am watching it. I'm just like not... I'm not good with names. Yeah. All right, so if I add a material, load shader, asset, fade in and out. That's If you connect it to that, the opacity should control the fade. It kind of does, but also kind of not. It has something to do with the way that Godot is doing the animated sprite here. I think that if I do this, then we go clip only. And then we copy and then paste this. And we transform it by putting it back and back to where it was. I don't know how to have both of them start the animation at the same time, but we'll pause both animations now that they're on the same frame. And then if we make the material... fade in and out. So it completely destroys all the detail of the sprite. Ordering was wrong. You think if it's this instead, it'll be better? Or do you think that I did something in here? Also, do you think I can just like have the... I think we can make it work. I think I know a good sound library for when we get to that point. I really want to start recording like audio dialogue for them talking, because I want to do the Animal Crossing blah, 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 blah thing. You needed to connect the blend with opacity. Mix, subtraction, multiply. Let's try rendering it as a mix, I guess. What do you do now? Okay, so that's the same thing, but now it's black instead of white, which is not helpful. Let's bring the Doug Walker video up.
Wanting to pay a tribute to Elizabeth Hartman. He's been very vocal about Secret of NIMH being one of his favorite movies, and this is a way he can put a spotlight on a woman who most people probably don't know about. But all of that is outweighed by how uncomfortable this makes me feel, especially the Hartman stuff. Like, Doug Walker used an actual woman's actual suicide as the backstory for his character. Like, sure, the names are changed, but not changed enough as to make it not obvious who he's talking about. It's clear that Alyssa Huffman isn't a generalized amalgamation of a bunch of actresses or tragedies, but specifically a stand-in for Elizabeth Hartman. He even kept the cause of death the same. Like, there are some tiny differences, like the scene of death was changed from her apartment to a hotel, but like, he still utilized an actual woman's actual method of suicide as a plot device.
Math blend. Oh, you want me to do this? I don't know if I've got a blend the way you want it, but we'll do something. This is not the one you're talking about. Smooth min max. Let's try doing multiply. I don't know. We're throwing shit at the wall now.
For his story. And a part of me wonders if my objection to this being used as a plotline is solely because Demo Reel is bad. Like, yeah, you can argue that by doing this, Doug is raising awareness for serious issues. He's both bringing attention to a very talented actress as well as giving commentary on how badly actresses.
Monument Mythos did this with the who's the guy that they did this to? That's right, because there are multiple input. I meant that you connect the math node into the blend node's opacity. Oh. It wasn't James Dean. No, there was some science fiction guy who had done a bunch of cool stuff. He's like an artist or something that was like just randomly a major plot point at the end just to be like, hey, that guy exists and I think that he deserves more love for what he did. You can do it. You just have to be not you have to not be Doug Walker. You have to not fuck it up, for one thing.
Especially aging ones get treated in Hollywood. And like, yeah, it's fucking terrible and deserves to be spotlighted. And so maybe if I saw the same character in a different series by someone I viewed to be a more talented director, then I'd like it. But I don't know. It just doesn't sit right with me. Mainly because despite any potential defense of Walker doing this to honor Hartman, this isn't about her, is it? Walker didn't make a series about Hartman. He didn't have the character based on Hartman show up and play an important role in the plot. He didn't even have the characters just talk about the history of the real woman. No, he's using this woman as a way to give his own character a sad backstory. He is appropriating a personal real-world tragedy so that you feel sympathy for Donnie. And perhaps that's a cynical way of looking at it, but it's not wrong, is it? Because the story of Demo Reel isn't the stories of Elizabeth Hartman or even Alyssa Huffman. It's the story of Donnie Dupre. And furthermore, is Doug even the right person to explore this topic? Like,
nope.
Like, even beyond the Not So Awesome document revealing that Walker and Channel Awesome have their own issues with mistreating their talent and covering up horrible shit, Walker as a person is completely divorced from these issues. Jake Lloyd I can maybe see, considering that he has his own guilt of previous treatment of Lloyd, but Hartman? That's a strange pull. And nothing about Doug's background or his presentation of the material makes me think that this is something he needs to be talking about, that this is something he's equipped to talk about. And he's especially not equipped to tackle it in Demo Reel because...
The blend node has three different... Okay, let me get the blend back up. The blend node has three different things. It's got the background, the opacity, and the layer. The gray one can take the input that controls the opacity of blending. Okay, so I've got the order like this. Do you want this to be instead where it goes here? I mean, we don't want it to... Let's unhook it from itself so that way it doesn't do that. Yes, okay, so this goes to there. And then this or something goes... I mean, it probably isn't going to be that. It's going to have to be like a... It's probably the black and white uniform colors. You're using the blend mode on... Yeah, and I think that's the trick, is that I need to make this a regular color. And then this needs to be white. And we rehook this up the way we did just a minute ago. The problem is I don't think that this shader is working the way I want it to. Wait, why isn't this controlling the... Why is changing the position of the window change it? It doesn't. Does it? Oh, no, that just makes my brain happy. The order that these things connect through. It's like a block of code. This is like a block of code that just makes it like white, and then there's another block of code that blends it, and you can connect multiple values to that.
Good lord. Part of the reason why demo reels transition to serious drama doesn't really work for me is that demo reel doesn't feel actually suited to deal with anything real, no matter how Walker may try to insist on making it. Like, even once we go beyond the dissonance of the same series that gave us the supervillain shuffle just a few episodes ago, now wanting to have a serious conversation about an actual woman's suicide, there's a bigger issue than just demo reel was goofy and now wants to be serious. Remember how I said back in episode 2 that there was something I wanted to talk about later? Okay, it's time to talk about it. So in this scene, Rebecca, stuck in an intense sugar rush, keeps going off book and ruining takes. It's all dumb jokes until we get to this line.
Maybe if you didn't leave me in the same room as Uncle Frank for 20 minutes, I'd be more normal!
Wait, what?
God!
Said moment is immediately followed with a parody to Jesse's caffeine pill freakout from Saved by the Bell. And in case you're wondering if this was just an off humor...
I don't know what that reference is. Blending normal maps. Blend. I've got the wrong kind of blend here, you say. Not the normal map blend, or do I want the normal map blend? Yeah, okay, I don't want the normal map blend. I want this one. Which is, and then we connect this to opacity, and then probably this to black and white. And we can make one of these, what'd you say, multiply, I think was what you wanted? So now what do we have? We've got something that goes white to gray, and it multiplies, and then it goes into this where it's subtracting. Here's the deal with this. Do I have to end on this? Or can I just end here? Like, I figured that this has to end, right?
Or a throwaway gag? Nope. Uncle Frank comes back in episode 4.
Ooh, what was your first sexual experience?
Well, I was camping with Uncle Frank.
Dare.
The main thing that...
You need to end it with a material node? That's unfortunate. If this was done by someone competent, I think that this would be fine. It wasn't, so it's not.
What really gets me about these scenes aren't just that they're...
Like, you could have a serious actual scene where the joke isn't, where it's not a joke, it's just actual sexual abuse is what's happened. And then, you know, I don't know, fucking... have that as a serious thing you're doing, because it sounds like he wants to be serious, but he's like half-assing it, which makes it worse. If he didn't half-ass it, he would actually have something that maybe works as a concept, but he just fucking doesn't, and that's, I think, the main thing that's wrong with it. I don't think that the fade in and out thing is gonna work, because it just destroys the color. It just makes it white. Which is why I think I have to add the other things coming in here. So we can fix
Color
that.
changing.
Before we do that, though, I think what we have to do is we've got to get these feeding into... Like, let's just put one in here real quick. What does this do? Okay. Okay. What if we do a blend that's all of these fellas just coming together into a thing? Don't multiply. Normal. Sin. We've done this before. Time. And then we need to add the abs. Is it abs? 2021 kind of sucked. Okay, cool. I don't think we want that. I think that for the background, we want to have, like, black, maybe? You could also try fract times time. All right, yeah. Let's do that for, let's put that one there, put this one here. And then this one is going to be, what'd you say, fract? Parentheses time? I need to learn trigonometry just so I can learn how to make wiggle woggles. I don't currently know how to make wiggle woggles, so that's a huge issue for me, personally. That's way too fast. Times 0.05. To 5, apply. Cosine parentheses time. Oh. Okay, instead of doing cosine or sine, maybe what if we just take the same formula and then just offset it by some amount, right? Like, if we just do, like, plus 20, it's probably got to be a big number, though. Plus 200. That's not right. It needs to be maybe multiplied by something. Maybe multiply it times 0.5. Well, that just makes it slower. That's not really what we're trying to do here. What if we translate it? We could get some of that bouncing that we had originally. Any reason we're pausing the video? Because it's hard for me to think and do both at the same time. Basically, because I'm dumb.
Making light of childhood molestation.
Sorry about that.
That sucks, but could be excused with the fact that 2012 internet humor was just in a different place than it is now. The problem is that it highlights demo reel's main issue. It has no idea how to hold itself to any concept of consistency when it comes to dealing with actual issues and what the state of its world is like. Let me be clear, the issue with demo reel isn't that it wants to be both funny and dramatic. Lots of things I love try to do that. My favorite series of all time is Twin Peaks, and yes, I know comparing the directorial efforts of David Lynch and Doug Walker is fucking stupid, but hear me out here. Despite being known as a surreal supernatural horror show, Twin Peaks manages to be extremely goofy. It's about a town full of eccentric weirdos getting into situations, most of which involve slapstick and dumb humor that goes on for too long. But the reason why this works is that when it comes time to actually talk about something serious, Lynch allows it to be something serious. The same levity given to someone like Dougie Jones or Andy is missing when it comes to a character like Laura Palmer, whose abuse and subsequent murder is always treated with shocking frankness, respect, and tragedy. It always knows when to draw the line on these sorts of things and the moral backbone it needs to stick to. Demo Reel doesn't. Once you get into the later, more serious parts of the series, those off-color jokes actively dismantle the message Doug is trying to send. Doug Walker wants to tell us that abuse is bad, except in this instance where a character's sexual abuse by their uncle is played as a joke repeatedly. I mentioned before how there's such a clear disconnect between Doug writing serious scenes versus Doug writing funny scenes, beyond just how it plays into the way the scenes are acted. It also seems to play into how the show is written. Demo Reel exists in a cartoon world full of wacky, over-the-top characters, one where characters can do things like just disregard a murder going on a few feet away from them, or try to shoot people with guns without any repercussion or serious examination, or, I don't know, actually eat a cooked person and engage in cannibalism, which, yes, is a thing that happens in episode 4. All until Doug decides to flip the switch, and suddenly the scene is serious, and the characters are giving monologues about how sad they are and how tragic their backstory is. It would be one thing if Demo Reel just used out-of-date, dark internet humor, but the fact that it tries to use it while also channeling an actual woman's actual suicide just feels gross to me. By the way, this all actually ties into another complaint I had earlier, mainly how it's hard to figure out what we're supposed to make of the in-universe Demo Reel parody segments. This just feels muddled even more with this episode. See, with this revelation of Donnie's backstory, that he thinks that Hollywood has it coming for how they treated him and his mother, we also get this long monologue where Donnie goes off against the family that's kidnapped him, judging them for spending their time making fun of others and reveling and mocking people and art, when all they did was make something bad. And the message is good. I agree with it. But also it just makes that earlier Demo Reel stuff even more confusing, because now it's even more unclear how we as the audience are supposed to be responding to it. When he makes fun of things like how Bane sounds or how Shia LaBeouf is a shitty actor, it seems like we're supposed to laugh and agree with him, but the message here at the end seems to be criticizing that behavior. This could be thought of as a deconstruction of the very concept of Demo Reel, but like, no, I don't buy it.
I
Like,
have
Avon
no
Jones,
idea
it
what
goes
the fuck he was trying to do in this series is what it comes down to. Like, I don't think I'm the only one. I don't think he knew what the fuck he was doing. Like, why did he make that?
Revealed itself to be more and more of a deconstruction of the mecha genre, but even when we look at those early episodes, they're still examining the issue seriously. They still make it very clear in text that forcing these children to fight in mechs is bad and causes them serious issues. So the fact that early Demo Reel doesn't have this, that it's not clear that we aren't supposed to be rooting for Donnie on this, just makes the whole moral fall flat for me. This is an issue that's made even more complicated by the B-plot of this episode. Rebecca and Tacoma, having discovered Donnie's past, decide to honor him and, quote, break the cycle of Donnie's self-destruction by instead focusing on making a good movie as a gift for him. They end up making a short sequel to his mother's film Blue Patches. It's an actual serious effort from the characters, and at the end, when the two of them watch it, they comment on how good it is. Only for the head of SWAG to come in wearing a goofy-ass Halloween mask. He steals the SD card at gunpoint and holds them hostage. Rather than try to shoot them, the leader of SWAG gives them an ultimatum. They can either quit Demo Reel or he'll shoot the SD card that contains Blue Patches too. Apparently this is the only copy and the characters don't even have like the editing file or raw footage saved. I don't know, they don't really address that. And the two of them look into their hearts and decide that even though Blue Patches 2 is the best work they've ever done, that they're never going to give up Demo Reel. It's supposed to be this beautiful, heartwarming moment showing that this trio has become a found family that places the group over their own wants. Except it's fucking dumb because, like, quitting Demo Reel is the right thing to do. Right? Like, I'm not talking about the fact that it makes them very little money and very little acclaim in universe. No, I mean the characters have all agreed that Demo Reel represents an unhealthy coping mechanism for Donnie. The whole reason for making Blue Patches 2 was to show that the group can focus their efforts on making things that aren't mean-spirited, that are original and represent their own actual emotions and feelings. Furthermore, Donnie's monologue presents the message that hyper-focusing on the shortcomings or low quality of bad movies or bad performances is a sad and terrible thing to do, and you need to move on from that. Right. Swag's only real issue with Demo Reel is that he's worried that their remakes of other movies will ruin the reputation of the Swedish film community. He doesn't say anything about them no longer being able to work with Donnie or make any movies at all, just giving up the Demo Reel concept. So with all this in mind, isn't the smart thing to do just tell him you give up Demo Reel and go with the Blue Patches 2 plan as intended? And there's no real indication that the gang is going to break the cycle after this either. Like, Donnie escapes the family and comes back to the Demo Reel office just in time to stop the SWAG leader, finally uses the name Jimmy Boyd to refer to himself, and then they all have a toast about how Donnie realized you shouldn't let obsession with negativity in the past consume you. It's nice in theory, but I can't tell what this means for the future of Demo Reel as a company or as artistic effort. Perhaps these are things that would be explored in a season 2, but we'll never know, because after this, Demo Reel was canceled.
honestly good. Probably a
So
good
less than a month
thing.
after Demo Reel's finale came out, fans were surprised by an upload from Doug. It was a 32-minute long feature entitled "The Review Must Go On." It serves as a few things. For starters, it serves as an official ending for Demo Reel. On another, it serves as a reintroduction for the Nostalgia Critic, which, by the way, was now coming back. And on a final note, it serves as a complete and total breakdown from Doug onto film. So, as you might have already been able to tell at this point, Demo Reel's reception was rough. Very rough. While the stylistic change of its final few episodes managed to garner a handful of fans, the viewer numbers were slowly decreasing. While official numbers haven't been released to the public, it's really telling just to compare the amount of comments on the premiere of Demo Reel versus its finale. People fell off the show hard, and even those mostly still on it weren't necessarily huge fans. You weren't going to see Demo Reel cosplayers at your local con. This wasn't a matter of just
No one's gonna
series.
cosplay that
Would
shit.
be one thing. No, this was a bad series that was tanking an entire company, something that was supposed to be their big replacement for their flagship title, but ended up not just failing, but failing so badly that it put the company in the red and caused every content creator on Channel Awesome to see a decrease in views and, in turn, money. So with this, Channel Awesome management told Doug straight up, he had to bring back the Nostalgia Critic. He could keep doing Demo Reel if he liked, but the Critic had to become a series again. And rather than keep it going, Doug decided to pull a classic case of torch the franchise and run. It starts off normally enough for a Demo Reel episode. The crew sits down for a meeting to discuss their next film they're going to make, which is a Carmen Sandiego time travel movie, and we get this exchange that, honestly, I kind of like.
First things first, all our hopes rest on the Nostalgia Critic. People will love that.
What?
What did you say? I said all our hopes rest on nostalgia. Critics love that, and people will too.
I don't know. It's a little clever. Anyway, shit gets wild and Rebecca disappears. She's not just gone, but Tacoma and everyone else besides Donnie doesn't remember Rebecca even existing. This keeps happening. Next, Quinn is gone, and then Tacoma until finally Donnie goes to check on Carl and sees Carl now wearing a dinosaur mask, which is a callback to the Nostalgia Critic. Cut to Doug Walker, the person writing the script. Yeah, it's one of those meta things. The majority of the video focuses primarily on Doug Walker himself trying to figure out if he should bring back the Nostalgia Critic. This ranges from calling up other content creators, who I will not show in this video because they deserve to be distanced from Channel Awesome, to
love that.
arguing with the Nostalgia Critic himself. I think it's really interesting to compare the way Doug rates the Critic here versus To Boldly Flee. And there was this huge deal made about how the Critic had grown and changed and evolved far beyond Doug had imagined. It makes a point about how the Critic has ascended to a good person and a hero. And this makes it so weird to see the Critic portrayed as the villain, and The Review Must Go On. He spends his time antagonizing Doug, threatening him, teasing him to bring the Critic back. If he's supposed to represent Doug's eternal monologue and desires, then he comes off as the devil on the shoulder rather than the angel. It all adds up to The Review Must Go On really feeling like more of an angry project than Doug wants it to seem like it is. Maybe this is just me projecting, knowing the backstory, knowing that Doug was forced to bring the Critic back, but this feels like Doug gave up. It's him showing his frustrations at having to be the Critic again. The man who just spent the last few months making his magnum opus that tried to hammer home how bad it is to just focus on the past and negative media criticism, now has to go back to focusing on the past and negative media criticism. If Demo Reel is Doug Walker's Evangelion, that is to say, a work that starts off normal and gears more into deconstruction territory as it becomes more about the creator's personal struggles, then The Review Must Go On is the end of Evangelion. It's a statement against those who were dissatisfied, who didn't like the original creator's goals, who just wanted to see standard fan service. Well, fine. Here you go. The Critic is back, and he's a worse person now. I hope you're happy. This anger also branches into the
That's
Demo
like
Reel
so
aspect of the
sad.
story. After being convinced to bring back the Critic, Doug finally returns to finish off the script he was writing. He decides to write in that the plot hole from To Boldly Flee appears. It explains that the plot hole didn't think that Critic was actually capable of changing and becoming a good person, so it created Demo Reel solely as a way to torment the Critic into learning a lesson. Demo Reel was never real. In Donnie Dupre, he's just the Nostalgia Critic forced into a false identity.
See, if any of this was done well, this would be good, but it's not. If you want even more fellas floating around, mapping with the circle splatter might make something neat. Yeah. I was doing something similar with something else, and I haven't really messed with this tool yet, so I don't really know what this is gonna do. Oh, hi there. Oh, that's... This has like, I heard you talking shit energy rings. Like, okay, so like, Ooh. What happens if you connect a moving image to this? Okay, are we moving right now? We are. All right, we're schmoving. We're schmoving. Go. If I put inputs up, no, what? Scale, maybe? I love this. This is fucking weird as shit. Like, is there... Oh, there's a lot of weird shit I could do here. How about, sin times time? Fuck you. We're spinning now. We spinny boys. Wait. Why don't you spin? I feel like you oughta.
Would be more mad at the implications of this and how it meant that all the bad, serious, real-life shit that Walker was writing into the story was suddenly just to teach his angry, yelly movie critic a lesson, if it wasn't clear that Doug also considers this a complete and total asspull. He said as much in his own review of the special, which is a thing that he did for some reason. He even has Donnie get pissed off about it. Doug knows what he's doing here and how bad it is, but also who the fuck cares? It's just demo reel. At one point, this might have been Doug's magnum opus, but at this point, everyone has rejected it, so who cares if he ruins everything, kills everyone, and just stops it? Sure, there are some people who are fans of demo reel to this day who were upset by this ending, but why should Doug care? In his eyes, all he can see is the massive amount of backlash people gave him, so why give them a respectful ending? Hell, even the next time they show up again, they're not treated with respect. Demo Reel's characters would make a surprising reappearance at the end of a Resident Evil 7 demo Let's Play posted in 2017. The whole ending bit is a parody of the RE7 premise, but with the crew of Demo Reel holding two amateur filmmakers hostage. It's over the top and cartoony, but it's honestly telling that the only time these characters have been brought back, it's as overt villains who torture people, doing the same thing that the villainous, creepy family from the Blue Patches episode were doing. And that's it. That's the end of Demo Reel. It's been almost 8 years now since the review must go on, and time hasn't given much grace to Demo Reel. Beyond that RE7 Let's Play, the only callbacks Demo Reel gets from Doug are occasional jokes at its failure. The series is mostly faded into obscurity, known solely as that sketch show Doug tried to do after Nostalgia Critic originally ended. There are some people who later went on to explore the series who did come to like it. It surprisingly does have a small cult following. People who appreciate it because they're fans of Doug's work or because they liked the serious moments and issues it tried to explore. The TV tropes page for this series is surprisingly well kept up and updated and defensive of the show, sometimes hilariously so. The supervillain shuffle is listed as a crowning moment of awesome. A guy as white as Doug shouldn't be able to pull off rapping, but it ends up awesome. Now.
No.
This is a story all about how my frown got flipped, turned upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, don't go too far. I'm gonna tell you a little story about how I got these scars.
Incredible. Weirdly enough, seeing this positive following to Demo Reel is partially what inspired me to look back into it. Like, I watched it as it was coming out and remembered being disappointed and falling off of it like a lot of people did, but seeing that other people were finding things of value in the series made me wonder if this was some hidden underground gem that deserved more love. No, absolutely not. If you're someone who liked Demo Reel and you're someone who really got into the characters and the themes and the subject matter, then I'm really happy for you. Personally, though, I find Demo Reel...
For some reason, this is the thing that allows me to mess with the opacity of this stuff. I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why, but... Okay. Random rotate? I guess we're not doing that anymore. Just make it 1 and let's do an absolute on that bitch. Thank you for teaching me about the term absolute. Minus 30. Like, it doesn't want to ever go to 0. I don't want it to go under 0. Maybe I can do, like, minus 1? Like, I want it to actually hit 0 and actually become completely gone, but...
mess. It's totally inconsistent at best of times, outright tone-deaf offensive at others. It wants to be a parody of amateur filmmaking and an ode to cinema and art, while understanding nothing about what makes those great and feeling very cynical in the process. And even towards the end, once it does become a serious drama, it doesn't explore these things gracefully or with tact so much as just keep being bad, but in a very different way. Could things have gone differently? Would there be any way for demo reel to work? It's really hard to say, because I still think that the premise wasn't bad, both in general and also as something for Doug Walker to explore besides the Nostalgia Critic. But everything from the pre-release methods to writing to the characters to the production, it's just bad. It's a bad product. And any ideas I could possibly give for improvement feel useless because it all comes back to a central issue. Doug Walker is not a talented narrative filmmaker, and he tried to dive into the deep end before learning how to swim. Writing for an online review show is very different from how one writes for a narrative series. Jokes that work in one don't translate to another. You don't have something to riff off of, so you need to make jokes that can stand on their own, setup and all. Inserting character drama stuff plays differently in an online review show when those aspects aren't expected, and you can get away with more inconsistent writing or even development because people aren't looking for it compared to a scripted narrative work in which character development is the backbone of your story, and if it doesn't work, it's bound to throw your whole show off course. Something that I brought up throughout this is that Doug seemed incapable of moving on from writing the Nostalgia Critic. And I don't just mean this in the review must go on way where the critic is begging him to come back. I mean that Doug seemed to never fully get out of that zone.
Clamp min-max value.
Moments, there's nothing about the way he was written and acted to make me feel like, oh, that's Donnie, and not, oh, that's Doug Walker, aka the Nostalgia Critic. And that extends to the rest of the cast too. They serve less as their own characters and more as a vessel that Doug can use to tell whatever jokes and morals he wants to talk about that episode. And this attitude is evident in how Doug has written the critics since then. Demo reel may be dead, but the revival bears a lot of its spirit. Beyond just having the same actors returning, there's a lot more focus on sketches, a lot more green screen, and a lot more Halloween costumes. Controversially, there's also been clipless reviews, aka Doug and friends reviewing a movie, not by showing any footage, but remaking it on their own in front of a green screen, commenting on the film as it goes on. It's all very demo reel, just without the framing device.
Yeah, I guess that was an issue with it. I was gonna say, like, what's the difference?
Infamously bad. There's a certain tragedy to Doug Walker. In some ways, I pity him. Like, don't get me wrong, he said a lot of things that make him come off as an asshole, and the things revealed in the Not So Awesome document make me think very unfavorably of him. But there's something
I don't know enough about the Not So Awesome
sad about the guy.
thing.
It's a wild case of someone who has a lot of ambition, but not a lot of skill or energy to really back that talent up. Someone who is popular and has a fan base and can do a dream job for a living, but he's stuck with that fan base, a fan base who won't let him move on, and a job that he's stuck in forever. If one wants to examine the history of Doug Walker, and I don't know why you'd want to, then demo reel can't just be treated as
I've heard it's really bad.
It's a turning point. It changed everything. The failure and fallout of it was so bad that it changed Doug's entire career trajectory. Doug wanted to do demo reel to break away from the critic, to leave that side of him behind and branch off onto new ideas and original content. Instead,
it does make me very sad to hear this, because it's just like, yeah, I could see how getting stuck in this sucks, but I mean, he also sucks, so it's kind of like,
if only demo reel hadn't failed.
all right, so now each of these images do appear and disappear on their own. Fred did do a thing where he read all of it. Like even before he started doing Twitch streams. It's wild. I don't know, man. It's those aren't the words you want to hear, you know? The most fucked up part is this video has a sequel. I'll be honest with you, we spent the better part of like today watching that video, and it just kind of makes me sad. So I'm gonna watch something else now. But we'll do that in a minute. Actually, my wife is gonna be home soon. Maybe we finish this up real quick and then we just stop. Cause yeah. Is anyone online? No one's online to... Also, our odd Thagonal. Nobody even suggested that video. I saw that video and I'm like, that looks good. And then I watched it and it was sad. Actually, that sucked. Yeah, no one actually suggested that video. Just out of my own heart and joy, I decided I would torture us. It was odd of me. See how annoying it is when we do fucking stupid bits for no reason? Not that that's what the reason for that was, but yeah, the video was good. It was just sad. Okay, so we have it where each of these guys on the same schedule go away. If we put cosine in here, that's a different wiggly, right? Can someone confirm or deny the existence of cosine as a... Where are you gonna reach? Oh, I wasn't gonna ask orthogonal anything. I was just gonna say thank you for sending me that video. Cos? It's cos? Is it cos instead of sin? Is that what the issue is? And cosine is, again, I did not take algebra, or I mean, not algebra, trig, so I don't actually know this, but is cosine just the opposite of sine? It's the same as it just starts differently. That's good enough for me. As long as they're on different pages with where they're starting. What is this? Okay. How do I... If you add something to time... Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do, and I've been adding it outside of time. So it needs to be like plus like 40 or some shit here. Rather than... You can avoid trigonometry in the United States if you are homeschooled, and yes. It just... My parents don't know math super well, and so they just didn't end up teaching me that. It's probably like the only part of homeschooling that went badly. Was the math shit. What are you doing here? Stop existing. What the fuck is that thing supposed to do? Alright, time. Time times... I don't know if random works. I think I have to include random or something. Let's just try getting it to work in the first place. So, exclamation point time. I'm going to put this in parentheses. It probably doesn't matter, but just in case. Times exclamation point R&D min comma max. Is this actually going to work as an argument for a time? A lot of those words it's pretending it doesn't know what they are, including but not limited to time. It only sometimes seems to know what the fuck time is. That one doesn't seem to be doing anything. Min max will add a... Oh, it adds a dice. Oh, no. That's not doing whatever it's supposed to be doing. There's a quote from Doug and it's very, very telling. What? If I do it like, can I just do times? Like, are you going to be okay with them being, everyone touching? So R&D gives you a value between 0 and 10. I mean, let's just see if we can get that to work. R&D 0, 10. That seems to be a thing. So is that when it initiates, it does a random roll? And then after that, it's like, who knows? So, like, it doesn't really do anything without time. Right. And so then we need to have this time, this whole brick times time. That's something. I've done something to it. Not a good thing, but I've done something to it. Also, we'll need to fix this image and clearing up all that shit. Tomorrow is Monday. Yeah, Monday is my day off. So I will not be live tomorrow, just as a thing. What is, if I change it to 1, is that going to be in an acceptable range? Okay, how about we just change this to like 1, literally, and then just like, okay, so this is a number that can go 20 on up to anything. What's the highest number we can go here? You don't have a limit. Okay, so this number can just be a big number. So, we can make this number 1,000 then. In the finale of Demo Reel, as Doug kills Donnie's universe, reality is taking him over. He says to Donnie, everyone you criticize from this point on has a face. In every way, they are just like you. They work hard, they feel pain, they laugh, they cry, and when you mock them, you are also mocking yourself. That goes hard, man. And I feel like that he needs to be taking that. You know, I think that especially as early YouTubers, a lot of people were just like unkind, myself included, to shit that we were like, wait, is this already random? It feels fake deep. It kind of does, yeah. Times 0.5. I mean, it's gotta be, we gotta have like a, is there another like sine, cosine, similar thing? I mean, I guess we just offset time by a sine. Nah, it's got to be like plus, because I need it to like start at a different time. So it should just look like it does the same thing that all of these do after a while. I don't know if that works, but we're going to just try applying it to all of this and see if we can actually get down to invisible by the end of it. So it blows itself out quite a bit. Also, all of these make each individual one slightly bigger. I don't know why that's not happening here. Like, I don't think that this function works. I feel like this man really doesn't like the persona he created for himself. He doesn't at all. There is a randomized node, is there? Random? Oh. Oh. Quick epilepsy warning, I'm about to do something very bad. Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. We need to have a math node, I think. So we can just have something that's doing, like, time. So time times a random oh, Jesus, fuck. Okay. Calm your tits times 0.02. Nope. Times 1 times 0.00005. Apply. Okay. No. Huh. If you convert that to grayscale, right. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Shows a grayscale image of the result. Okay, so first off, let's unhook that and then hook it to here. Okay, and then we can change this to like a real number. This can just be time now. Apply, okay. Okay. Random times time? Hey, morning, how you doing? Chat, why is Rev tiny and why is chat set to Dora Explorer size? Yeah, sorry, I was doing a thing where I was like, I was having an ADHD moment where I need to do art and watch a thing about how much Doug Walker sucks. And then we got sidetracked. I want to say we got sidetracked, so that way it's not my fault, but it is. Gray. Can you just make it grayscale? Filter? Oh, wonderful. Okay. Can you calm? Jesus, fuck. Times 0.2. Go. Clamp? Can you slow it down but keep the effect the same? I don't know why it's not changing the thing at random anymore. Oh, it's because clamp. There we go. Now it's back to giving me problems. All right, 0.05. How are you doing today, Chai? By the way. Do you want to hang out sometime next week? I don't actually know how to hang out with friends, so I feel like getting sidetracked is my favorite part of Rev streams. Good, because it's the only fucking thing I do. Do you think Doug Walker or Andrew Hussey are going through the same thing where they're stuck as a shadow? I think that most creators get locked into a certain version of themselves, and the because, like, I'm making progress on my game, but right now I'm just kind of focused on all the animation and art shit because, like, I don't actually want to do... I want the game to be done, and I want to just do art for it, but unfortunately we have to do the art part in order for the game to exist. So, like, is there something like a delta variable in this? Delta, the closest we've got is time. So we're multiplying time times a random number, and that gives us Caesars. Can we please just be a little bit more chill? What if it was like maybe ping pong? Yep, that's still bad. That's still real bad. Changing any of these things does nothing for us. Okay, that didn't change anything. If I increase or... Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that over in the corner. I kind of hate it when tech issues are just like, who even knows what happened? Because it's just like, well, this will crop up again probably later. How are you this not able to do the thing that I'm telling you to do? That is Rev. Be nice to Rev. No, I just don't know what I'm doing a lot of the time. It's fine. That's not like an insult in myself. That's just like, you know, just kind of a thing. I have no idea how to make this a thing. Why are you freaking out so goddamn hard? Try adding a math node after the grayscaling. So that's what I was thinking is like, what if we do this? And then we like hook like gray to it or something? Can you go slower? Jesus Christ. Why are we killing Rev with... Randomize takes a random... Yeah, it sets a new value every frame. Like, I just need it to slow down. But I can't seem to do that. Maybe we put another math node in between these two? But this one is instead just a times 0.5 or something, and then maybe we can actually do the math like this, because for some reason it's not. Jesus Christ, slow down. You don't need to go this fast. Whoa. Like, is there a way to configure the random itself? There's a way if you like... There's a way you can get into more options on these, but I don't know how. It's just that I can't get time to not just be the fastest fucking shit ever. And it's like, that's okay that time is multiplied by something, but like the game or the thing itself doesn't want to multiply. What if it's time times 0.5? Like, can we do the time times shit in here? Well, good. Then I have something set up with Chai for next week, sort of. Don't clamp those. Jesus fucking Christ. Why is it gotta be? I think it's flashing even harder. I think the randomized thing is not good. What if it's like time times sin or something? Or, sign. And then... I need like a math node or something. Like something needs to happen as a result of this. So like this to that or something. And then what does this look like? Okay, cool, thanks. Good. I'm glad it does nothing. That's my favorite. Math times sin should be a thing, right? Is there a way to move toward on that thing? I can move, but I can't move toward. Like, I can translocate based on, like, all the numbers and shit that we've got available to us. But, not... Because each of these individually are fine, but... Not calling anything cringe, just like the cat falling over. Yeah, no, I feel it. That's a good cat image. I think that this is the one that I don't have the middle one's the one that I don't have a good answer for. Okay, cool. So now if I hook one more in here, but these don't work right because they're just fucking weird for some reason. I don't know why sin times time plus 30 is not mathing, but it just does not think that that's real, and it just does nothing as a result. Hello? Is that a beautiful wife? My wife is home and she's lying to me. I asked if my beautiful wife is home and she said no. Or there's someone in my house that's trying to kill me. One of the two. I'm hoping it's the first one. Anyone got any last minute suggestions on how to offset the time here on these? Nightmare faces in the corner. Yeah, so this is for the VATs. The premise of no fish is that you're fishing and you're catching things that are not fish, and you're feeding the non-fish things to this creature that lives in vats outside your house. They've got like creepy, you know, drama faces on them, and it's like a substance as much as it is a creature. Yeah. Maybe it's like I'm multiplying time by like too big of a number? I'd love this as a screensaver. The funny thing is it's exactly that big. So like, you know, we've spent the better part of 5 hours working on something that is like a main plot element, however, being as it is also somehow very boring. Okay, so this is Sin with the +2 time thing. I'm copying what you wrote rather than trying to write my own. We probably actually want to throw like absolute on this whole puppy here. I don't know if the sin function is in radians or degrees. I don't even know what the fuck sin is. How long have we been going? 5 hours, roughly? Okay, so what if I add, like, 1 to it instead? I'm also not sure what time is in. Seconds? Milliseconds? Hours? Minutes? It's a curve, yeah. The sin, it's a sine wave, right? It's just an up and down. And so time is just a number that counts up infinitely. So if you multiply sine times that, then it's just a number that constantly shifts the entry point. By adding like a number to that, that changes where time starts counting at. Is it counting at 5 or is it counting at starting at 1? And so this should mean that they offset the time that they appear. Hi, cutie. I'll get some hot water going for you.
I think my hot water bottle's in the bedroom and yours is in the living room.
Mine's in the living room, yeah. Okay. All right, well then I need to go ahead and wrap it up for today because I'd like to take care of you've been gaslighting. Oh yeah, they're trying to get me into Guilty Gear. I was like, what the fuck with Game Grumps? Maybe we can do like plus 30. Like maybe it just doesn't work with cosine. I don't know. Or sine. Maybe it has to be cosine. Rev, fight me and strive. I am not good at fighting games. The only fighting game that I will play you at is Your Only Move is Hustle. And it's because it doesn't require reaction time and you will still school my ass in that shit. Maybe I can just do where each of these are like that instead. Fight me in Phantom. I don't know anything. The best fighting game is beating people up IRL. Yeah, but that's illegal or some shit. I don't know, man. These numbers, they mean nothing. They don't do shit. I don't do a fuck. Like, adding the numbers to it doesn't seem to change it at all, which is so weird. It also, I may not even be updating the... Yeah, it's just not even updating what these are doing because it doesn't know. For some reason, number plus number is too advanced for it. I don't know why. So, like, by the end when we get here... Wait, why is only one working? Oh, right, because only one would be working. Yeah, Abby? You're fine. Yeah, Abby's being loud, baby. I need to go set up the hot water bottle for my wife now so she doesn't freeze to death. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you on Wednesday, though I will probably be late because I've got to... No, I won't. I should be fine. I'll see you then. Same bat time, same bat channel. Abby says, ow. Yeah, who's live to raid? Chai, are you going live anytime soon? I mean, you're saying your computer was fucky, so maybe not. Let's see who's live right now. Limes is live, Giga is live, Zot is live, Potato is live, Squee is live, Desert is live.
Let's make crack today.
Let's do that. Let's raid Limes. I might play a game where I shit and barf everywhere tonight, but not now, no. Yeah, alright. Invalid username. Limes Alicious. Lime Alicious. She's the only one, right? Yes. Okay, good. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much for watching. Raid message. Do like hello Limes chat like the Nostalgia Critic does hello. Does that work? You know how he goes, hello everyone. I'm the Nostalgia Critic. I remember things so you don't have to. Don't do that? No, you don't want to do that? Too bad. That's what the raid message is. Good luck. Bye, y'all.